Christmassy. It's just sort of winter themed. It's just very chimey and light and
Like
snowy.
bells.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
There's a baby crying in my house.
That
Gross.
is hella unfortunate.
Background noise for Strahd.
Baby
Fair.
crying, very accurate.
Crying in
No,
general.
my parents are babysitting for my brother, and because my sister-in-law got a cold, and my brother is too damaged because of his slip disc, that he can't properly take care of, Damien. So my parents decided to pick him up from daycare and have him stay here until my sister-in-law gets better. But he ended up suffering from a fever anyway.
For what it's worth, we can't really hear it, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's because my door is closed, so, and he's pretty far from my room, I think.
Works for me.
Yep. Okie dokie. Let's see. God, what the fuck happened last time? Oh, that's right.
Strahd ran.
Strahd happened.
He ran from
ran
us.
like a bitch.
That's right. I tried to put a little spy in your midst, and you immediately ratted him out because you're.
Immediately.
He didn't immediately.
Not
He was getting away with it
immediately.
too.
Yeah,
Like
he
I
was.
said, I didn't know what was going on. It was just that last comment of like, as long as you're not like a vampire sent here to kill us or something like that, we'll be fine. And he was just like, I would never hurt you guys. It was like, that wasn't
No
really the
vampire.
best answer.
The answer was, no, I'm not a vampire, of course not. But that's not what you answered.
He was avoiding.
Yep.
Well,
he
we bullied
couldn't
him into the zone of truth. That was
lie.
great.
Yeah, that was rough because the thing is, I was gonna play with a couple of like mechanical things because he has the spell called Gift of Gab, where you can basically rewrite a small amount of thing that you said. But I realized that he's able to use it because you still have to say something to layer over whatever you said.
And he still couldn't lie.
And he still couldn't technically lie. I was trying to find a way to make it work.
Guys, I'm sorry, I didn't know.
I know you didn't know.
That's the problem. You didn't know.
You gotta think with your upstairs brain, man.
I was confused and already lost. Come on, give me a break.
That excuse is as old as humanity.
My guys, I was confused.
I was
lost in
confused.
the woods, and he was there.
And had trusted a hot guy with no background.
Okay, he
And
was
then
never
he was
described as good
vulnerable and made me
looking.
feel like a hero. Not suspicious.
He's a husband of Strahd. I'm sure he's good looking.
Well, no, because he wasn't in his actual form. I like how this became an argument.
Anyway, but yeah, you guys ran him out of town, which was really impressive. That was an
Hey, there
impressive
was more
amount
town left, and that was Strahd's fault. We ran him out of camp.
You ran him out of camp. But that was a fun little session. But as a bunch of good things happened. For one, your new friend Will proved himself to be quite an asset and also trustworthy if, how he behaved is anything to go by. So that's a plus.
Better trustworthy.
Rated 5 stars by the party. And then I guess you guys all kind of got a little boost in morale due to that because, yeah, Strahd did kind of run like a little bitch. He did not anticipate having to go in there and grab his boy, as it were.
His boy.
And hell out of Dodge. But, yeah, you have all finished that up. And I believe the next step in the plan, I believe that was even in the morning, because I think you woke up, that all went down. So technically you guys are not early morning anymore, but heading towards the afternoon. But what are we doing? What's the plan?
Great, well, I tried to plant the seeds of the idea that we were going all the way to the other side of the fucking country, and in its mind, I don't know whether or not they stuck. But either way, I still think we should probably head to. And he kind of just points like south. I got an idea. I'm gonna before I say any more, I will activate my see invisibility for the Take a look around myself. Do I see any floating orbs? Having
You
just concluded
do
this.
not. You do not.
Great. Then yeah, we head towards the winery, check in with the keepers. Alright, they're hopefully still there and can offer some sort of pants. Then we can gear up as best we can, and I guess we
Go?
just go, right? Yeah. I can't think of anything else. Like, there's no secret way in. We don't know anything about the castle except for what we've seen through the main gate. You don't.
I could ask him if he could give us a ride again.
I don't think he's going to be as accommodating this time. We might have to hoof it.
Just beat up your boyfriend. Can you come pick us up?
That would be so you guys though. Can you imagine?
It would be. It would be
Alright.
classic
Hey,
us. We're
can we have a
just
ride?
cheeky enough to do it.
I'm
We're a
tempted
couple
now.
of rascals.
Yeah.
Because I have his token. I can speak to him,
Can.
and he
Bully him
can't
in his
reply.
Do it. Bully him in his brain.
Can
Tell
you?
him
Alright,
that-
so, well, give me 1 second. Sorry to spare. I just had a thought. We know that things happened different to how you remember it. Can you take the token out again? Does it still look how you remember it, or did he change that post examination? Because I don't think you ever show it to us. You just sort of like, this is what it looks like. Does it still look the same? Because if he were, a vampire, I'd expect that to reflect somehow in the heart token, But it didn't seem like it to you.
He just really likes bear traps.
I mean,
Apparently.
could, or maybe it's a set of fangs? Kind of like flips it over.
Just traps bears.
Strahd's not a bear.
Yeah, I was about to
That's true.
say.
Yeah,
Just
that's true.
Drastically not their life.
Strahd is about the furthest from a bear you can get without.
That's true. That's
Would
true.
he be considered a twink or a twunk?
But everyone's on the upper end because he's not like
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like
lanky enough to.
Yeah,
Right.
he's
gray
not
wolf,
beefy.
silver wolf type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Silver fox.
Yeah.
But now that you think of it, now that you remove your token again for air, it does look like a bear trap. But then you kind of look at it again and you hold it up to a different light, and it could
Might be some
kind of look
things.
like fangs. Yeah.
Does that look like fangs to you? What do you think?
It's
Kinda,
hard.
yeah.
It's
It's like the thing where you look at it one way and it kind of looks like something, and then you can look at it upside down and it looks like a different picture.
great. It's interesting. Anyway,
Maybe he likes
that was
Well, he's weird anyway.
Don't worry. At least you don't have memories of his early years rattling around in the depths of your consciousness. So you got
You
that
should-
one.
You should talk to him though and tell him that Strahd is a mean person and he could do much better.
Before I say that into the token, I'll just go like la 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 for like a good solid minute, and then I'll.
Here's the thing. No, I guess you wouldn't know that anyway. Keep going. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be all like, just the annoying like monotone law sound, and then just saying like, why are you even with Strahd? Like, you can do so much better. Maybe, but I mean like, Strahd
Wow.
would be not so great. Anyway, have fun getting your ass whipped. Let me just put it away.
That was a little meaner than I had thought you were gonna do. That's okay.
That was manipulative.
Yeah, I thought you were just. Well, I meant like just tell him like maybe he's in like an abusive situation.
I mean, he
Wait, do you
kinda
actually
did,
want me to
didn't
be
he?
nice?
Just in an abusive
Oh,
sort of
no.
way.
Maybe he didn't want to be mean and be a vampire, and Strahd's making him. Maybe he would be a good guy if he was not being told to be mean. I don't know.
This is so Des. This is so deeply, deeply Des.
I also assume we've hit the road at this point.
Oh,
or
yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm
Yeah.
guessing you're talking,
menagerie
walking,
of
walking, talking. Yeah.
we got a mechanical dog, a big shadowy wolf, tiny
Yep.
blue kobold, a couple of
It's like a
elves.
party now.
Yeah, we
You're a
Gonna be hard to
menagerie,
keep
that is
still.
for sure. Yep. Sorry, go ahead.
Hmm?
no, I think let's see.
Freyr and Will are just like, where exactly are we going?
Has it been an hour since I cast see invisibility?
Because it stays up for an hour, right?
Yeah, it stays up for an hour, and he'd keep his eyes open for any
Okay.
floating orbs of scrying for that hour.
I would say, hold on a second, let me roll something else. Because that's a good question. They got, they're having their little family meeting right now. So
Yeah, right. I don't
You
know
guys are-
how distracted he is. What?
you keep an eye about. Roll me a perception check since you're
Sure.
looking around and
15.
looking up. 15. Okay, you're fairly certain that there's nothing like any floating orbs or anything that are following you.
We're heading to an ally's home. It's a winery, so it has multiple
They
benefits.
have wine.
They have wine. They should
Sometimes.
also have clothing because people live there.
Hopefully.
Yeah, it's not as bad now that we're getting down out of the mountains. It's
Are you-
kind of not as cold, but it's still.
Trey,
just
are you
difficult to do.
sure? Are you sure that you don't want to just borrow my skirt just for a little bit?
I am.
Or my
I-
pants.
Oh, I'm. He kind of looks between the skirt that Des is wearing, this very long draping, like all the way down to her feet, and he measures it kind of on himself that come to like his ankles over to his.
It would go to your like knees.
Yeah, the more tight pants. He's like, no, I can't run in that, and I'm not even sure I'd fit into your pants, honestly.
You don't know that. Just like give it a
I-
try. Give it a
no,
little
no,
squeeze.
Nope, can't. I'll be fine. I can walk one more day in my underwear. And by underwear,
can
I
borrow
mean
some
my
V's
long
pants
johns. They
and I
go
can
all the
keep-
way to my ankles. They're just pajama pants.
Okay, wait. You could borrow Savid's pants, and he could wear my skirt.
Savid is also wearing pajama pants. Neither of us got pants.
Not unless
We-
Savid really wants my pants. What do you think, Savid? And I hold them up to him.
No thanks, but thanks.
I'm
Why are you
Keep
so
in your
determined to
pride.
give someone your pants? Like, well, Why are you
offering
so
pants to
determined, dude?
people who don't have pants.
It's a community service.
It's a community service. I'm showing charity.
Savid's like, no, thanks. And then you would be without pants, and it would be.
I'm
just...
wearing pants, Savid. These are spare
They're
pants.
extras.
I think I'm good either way. So just
It's fine. It's fine.
You've got a particular style that does not compliment most people. I think.
I
like
will
Gray
wear
said,
this
we
for-
could
for-
be being spied on. Wouldn't want to get caught with our pants down or
Yeah.
on.
There's 3 of us who are not wearing pants.
I mean, the moss rarely wears pants. I mean, sometimes.
He doesn't count.
Doesn't really
Moss
count.
holds up like a thumbs up, like, yeah, I don't need them.
Yeah, 3 of us. Yeah. I mean, it's fine. They'll have at least 3 pairs and boots for Eris over there. How are your toes? And Eris just gives a thumbs up. He's just enjoying the stroll. He's kind of just walking next to Sparky. Just since you guys showed up, he's kind of just remained in the background in this kind of quiet, happy stupor. He has the distinct look of somebody who does not believe he is still alive.
Wow, this is great.
Everything is amazing. just, I'm perfectly content wherever we go, however we get there. I just am not going to be able to offer much in the ways of combat. And flips the dagger that Freyr gave him.
Hopefully, we shouldn't have to fight anymore.
Hopefully.
But
Hopefully.
so one of our friends is there, like one of our first friends, and then also, there's people who helped us, and they might also be like secretly ravens.
Hey,
Secretly?
we
I
know
don't
some
think
of
it's a
them
real
are.
secret.
Let's just head over. You're hurting my head.
Yeah, no, it's you see that? That's the bridge. That crosses the river. Once we're past there, we just take a right. The road gets a little bit squirrelier, but we'll be there in what? 6 hours? 8 hours? Somewhere in there. By nightfall.
Yeah, I suppose that is a fair thing to note as well, is the fact that the first time you guys went over there, you went by horse,
Mm-hmm.
and this time you're walking, so it's
Mhm.
quite a walk. Yeah, it's quite a walk.
All the horses are probably under the avalanche.
Yeah, we have no more horses. They're literally, you're looking at all the survivors of the Kresk avalanche of whatever year it is here.
One.
Well, I got Savid and, baby Des, who is just riding on Mac's head.
No, I meant year one, because it's the first year that we're here.
Is that how time works? Does it just start counting based off of when you arrive at a place?
Poor Savine. He's been here longer than everyone, and he doesn't count.
He doesn't count.
Well, that's true. Savid, what year is it? How long have you been here? Like 1,000 years?
Since I was, he gets this hurt feeling on his face. You think I'm 1,000 years old?
Well, I don't.
Is that inaccurate?
My skin's not that wrinkled. I mean, I know that I have some.
Like, isn't 1,000 for elves? Isn't that like 10 regulars?
No. We don't.
Now you're
live
saying
that
he's a
regular.
child despair? Man, just cutting
Wait,
them
If
down
he's
at his
1,000,
age.
then I'm a baby. Jesus.
maybe like 30?
No, I'm 315.
Okay, so that's like 30, right?
That's the yeah.
Give
I
or
don't actually.
take.
I'm not very good at human years, so I don't know. How old are all of you? I actually have no clue.
118.
Right. 33? 34?
Is that a lot?
Really depends on how long we've been here.
It really depends on how long.
It's true. You guys did
I
do a little
know I
side
was
loop.
33 when we started all this shenanigans, but I've really lost track of how long we've been here.
Yeah, I came here when I am 18.
Okay, so you're
You've
just
been
a
here like
Human
100
years? My actual age is 118.
You've been here 100 years.
Well, I mean 18 in human years. That's how old I
Right.
am. That's not how long I've been here.
So from my
Yeah.
understanding of elven culture,
I'm confused.
the years pass the same. It's just a matter of social maturity. Like, I've grown up with elves. They're right sons of bitches, but they kind of, became men at the same time I did. They just weren't seen as adults yet in their society, and I was put to work.
He just kind of like looks over at you and just seems very perturbed by this and goes, "What, you were put to work at how old?"
Yeah, I went to work when I was like 19. I mean, I studied at the same time, but it's kind of like you work in the factories, you study, you choose your specialties, you go to your,
Seems awfully
workshops.
young. You're still an idiot at that age. I mean,
I'm still an
no.
idiot now. You never stop being an idiot.
Well, that's not right.
Elf years are confusing. Will, how old are you?
Will just kind of shrugs.
Oh.
You don't know
Many
your
times.
age?
Look at him.
I do. It's just not really important.
Oh, I think it's important. Can I know, like, an estimate?
Dumas is like, we should just start guessing. I'm gonna say you're 58.
I was gonna say 20.
You're gonna have to tell me up or down.
Ricard shrugs again.
No, that's not one of the valid answers. It's not.
It's up and down.
What? Sideways?
That's what a shrug is.
Like 58 E?
How many years do you
F?
have memories of? Or did you just not keep track?
No, he kind of chuckles. I think you're thinking too deeply on this. It's not that I don't know how old I am. It's just not pertinent
You
to
just
what's
won't tell
going
us.
on. Yeah.
He's just being mysterious.
Well,
If-
we're gonna
if
go.
it
I like
with-
a man of mystery.
If it helps, my name's not even Will.
Well, that doesn't help at all. No, now then we don't know anything.
You're not
is
really
it?
helping your. And Dumas points to Frere and goes, don't be like that. That got you in trouble the first time. We literally were through this like less than 2 hours ago.
Okay, first of all, I didn't know that he was keeping secrets. Second of all, he seemed pathetic like Savid. Oops.
Wait.
Savid
Sorry.
slowly turns to look at you.
That's not true. Savid
Didn't
is
mean
great.
it that way.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just getting it from all sides tonight, huh?
How else
I
is he
have missed
supposed to
having
get
the
it?
group all together. It's been a while. Why don't you guys despair, Frere, since you're the two here that made it? Tell me about what happened. I mean, I got Eris's side of the story down under the mines, but I'm curious to hear your sides, and we can eat up the rest of the walk catching me up.
Des, do you want to go first, or shall I?
Okay, well, he threw me into a hole, the mist hole, and then I got out, and it was in the forest, and it was dark, and there was a cabin, and I was like, okay, I'll just stay there, cause otherwise it's cold outside, or also dark, and I don't know where I am, and so I slept there, and then Strahd came, and he was like, hey,
Okay?
what are you doing? I'm gonna be a meanie butt and just hurt you for no reason, and also pick one of your friends to die. And if it's not the right one, and then I'm gonna avalanche Kresk.
I remember bits of that from the harried sending in the morning, yes.
And I figured like I was gonna bring Carter back, but he was dead right now. So if I said Carter, and then he wouldn't kill anybody else. But then apparently that was the wrong one that made the avalanche, and he did avalanche, and
Yes, he did.
because he's a jerk and didn't really like fulfill his side of the bargain, because I did pick somebody and he was gonna be alive later.
He just kind of like sighs and smiles just a little bit to himself. Either way.
And then he bit me, and it was mean. And then I slept and read the book, and he didn't come back, which was nice.
Wait.
And then
Did you finish it?
not yet. Still working on it.
And you had it, and he didn't take it from you.
I guess
He
not.
didn't
I hid it real
know
well.
You had it?
I held on real tight so that he couldn't take it. But then he didn't even really try. I
What?
guess.
Right,
Did he even know you had it?
I don't know.
He's got
I could ask
really
him.
deep pockets.
I will need you to, in as best a detail you can, walk me through whatever you learned.
Yes.
I mean, the first night I just learned a bunch of spells because he has a bunch of spells in his spell book, and I learned some stuff that I could use, but also it feels a little like, I don't know what the right word is, like dark or like icky to use them. But I can do
I
some
think I
more
know
stuff
what
that I
you're
learned.
talking about. Yeah, I know similar feeling.
Bad touch.
So I haven't tried to use any of them yet. But I learned some stuff, and hopefully it'll be helpful for later. But that was what I learned the first night, and then I was tired. But then I was like, I'm just gonna get to somewhere else. And then I ran to the camp with the, like, Ava's camp. And no one was there. And everyone was, well, not everybody was dead. There's like a dead person and everybody else was gone because apparently she's not dead.
Okay, well that's
Okay.
comforting.
I don't know where she is though because she wouldn't tell me.
Well, that tracks.
She's
They don't really like to fill
probably,
us in.
yeah, that's probably fair because every time that we hang out with people and they die.
Well, that's just because we make enemies, and by that I mean we piss off Strahd. Anyway,
He gets mad at us.
did you learn anything about him, his castle, his
Um,
history?
oh,
his
I wrote some stuff
weaknesses?
down. Wait, yeah, I wrote some stuff down for you, but I don't know if I remembered it all from the second time that I read it. And then I was very tired. And I'm still tired. But, she, like, digs through her backpack and takes out the like, really old Silver Dragon journal that we found. And, like, shows it to you, and it's full of a bunch of scribbles.
He kind of
Of
looks at
words.
it and gets like this mix of a grin, like a smile and reminiscence, and then a frown as he thinks of Mishnach and what became of that poor sword.
And her handwriting is not very good, but it sort of makes sense. But she wrote down what was written in the chat, which I would pull up if Discord would open on my computer.
I think I found
I'm trying
it.
to I'm trying to find it now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
It is-
Castle Ravenloft notes or anything else?
Was it pinned? It should be pinned. Pin.
Mhm.
Yeah, it
A
was the,
pan.
like, list of stuff. Oh god, double pin.
Oh yeah, sorry. I think I may have been pinning the same thing. Okay.
But it's kind of haphazard and, like, really weirdly written, like someone, like, writes when they wake up and, like, write a dream journal.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, like,
so
a little all over the place, but
Strahd, what is Strahd Walls castle is Strahd? What does that mean?
Strahd Heart.
Strahd has a crush on
Does he love the
someone.
walls?
no, he, like, oh boy, hold on, I don't know.
Oh wait, so wait, he did he have a crush on someone? Does he have a crush on someone? Like, what's going on?
No,
Well, I
we
mean,
know-
he has a bunch of wives, so he
we know
probably
has a crush on somebody.
maybe loves
He's got a
those.
big, like, whole complex wrapped around Tatiana and Irina and all of her names. There's a
no,
whole
but
simp thing going on there.
the heart, it was like more of a literal heart. Like, his heart is in the castle, in the walls. He wants to become one with the walls somehow.
That
He might
sounds gross.
I mean,
turn into the
can-
castle. I don't know.
Can I roll like an Arcana to see if this sounds like something similar to like what a dragon would do to turn into a lair?
Yeah,
if
go ahead
Gray
and roll
could
me an
make that
Arcana.
connection.
Mhm.
Can I also see if I know something of a
Nice.
similar matter?
You're pretty, Gray. You're pretty certain that Strahd has given up on his mortal form and has just decided to become a building now.
He is a castle.
I mean, it kind of
Is
tracks. If he's a
literal-
building,
yeah.
he's a lot harder to kill, right?
Right?
Okay.
Right.
Well, okay. So your next one here says, I'm
Okay,
going to just
hold on.
roll terribly on everything to deduce from this because the game wants to make
Probably.
Ravenloft as hard as possible. All right. So the next
It's
thing
also
says,
a scribbled mess, so it would make sense.
It says big fall, lots of dead. What does that mean? What does big fall, lots of dead mean?
Like people fell off of a building?
Right? Was he like
Was he the
people that
cause
were
of it?
building it? Was he throwing them off of it?
No, like they were building like the building and then they fell down.
Okay. So something steep along the outside. We do have. Kind of bites his thumb. We have a few ways to get people flying. Maybe might be an easier way of ingress than going in the front door. Okay. All right.
can't
Next
fly.
scribble. Let's
Not
see. Hold
anymore.
on.
Will, did you know that I used to be a Raven secret too? But I can't do it anymore.
No, I was not aware of that.
Didn't Carter
This-
tell you? He should have told you that. That's important stuff.
This one says
I'm gleaning bit by bit things that he knew each one. But I have only been in contact with him a few days, to be honest.
Maybe he'll tell you tomorrow. But then you can tell him that you already know because I told you.
what does lift trapped Stradzamini mean? I mean, we know Stradzamini, but it feels like these were notes for yourself to recount to me some sort of details.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty like self-explanatory. Like he has an elevator lift and it is like bad but trapped because he's a jerk.
When is he not a jerk?
Okay.
Right, exactly. I don't know where it is though. It just said something about an elevator. But I didn't know he had an elevator in his castle. Like,
And is it a way in? Is there a way for us to get to the elevator shaft?
I don't know.
Man, I sure wish I had those blueprints.
Okay.
I'm sure they showed very.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Okay. Anyway, moving past that. All right. So, I mean, it
could
sounds like this
ask
one says
Seraph
that.
if he could give them back.
Have you tried messaging Seraph since we got back?
I mean, you said that they left and they betrayed you, and I figured that you didn't want to talk to them anymore.
Not really, no. But I feel like at this point, either he's dead, or he sided
fine.
with Reva. No, if he's.
I could look.
One
of the things that Well, see, like one of the things that I learned in the book that I could like look at people.
Like he does? With the little floaty weird eyeball?
So, kinda. Does it have to be a weird eyeball?
I mean, I just sort of see it as an eyeball, but it kind of doesn't even have shape. It's just sort of a thing that floats there that I can only see when, I see the invisible stuff.
Well, after we read the book, do you want me to look at him? And see if he has your book?
No. I think
or belt.
I do want you to spy on Seraph because you did meet him.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to know where he's at, but mostly because I want to understand what we're stepping into. I don't really care about the blueprints. They'd be nice to have. It'd be very helpful. I'm mostly griping because at this point
we
it's
talk
funny.
about them a lot.
I know. It's just fun to complain. They'd help a lot in this case, but there's no way that Seraph would be able to convey the information they have to us from where he is.
Especially if he's dead.
Yeah.
Even
if he's alive,
I'm sure he's fine.
And managed to maintain individuality and not give in to Strahd.
Oh, he wouldn't do that.
And he probably doesn't have access to them anymore. I'm sure they were still in his backpack when he left, and Strahd probably took that if he arrested him, which is the kindest possible option I could think Strahd would do to somebody who did not bend the knee to him.
It's awfully generous to think that he would arrest someone at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I appreciate your optimism.
Yeah.
Maybe he's being a double agent and pretending to be with Strahd so that he can learn more about him.
Look, so much optimism here.
Well,
I'm sure
your
he's
next
fine.
one says accountant doesn't like lift.
Right.
It
Um,
doesn't even say that. It's just the equal sign with the line through it, which I didn't know you knew that meant does not like lift. And
I think that was
downstairs something equals death. It was weird.
well, again, that's kind of. I mean, like he said that it annoyed him because it was loud. But I think that they wouldn't let him go in it. And then Strahd was like, I'm gonna let him go in it, and so he will die. Or other people died in it, and that might just be like maybe he'll die.
Alright, so if we do try to use this lift to access lower floors, which looks like there are some.
Yeah, it's super trapped and not. He said something about like not just like the easy flipping trapping, like everybody does, but something worse
More intricate.
or
Alright.
different.
The next one just says braziers? Question mark,
Braziers.
question mark, question mark. I think that one was probably when the dream or whatever it was slipping away. I guess just be on the lookout for anything brazier-like, and we can approach with caution.
Yeah, something about braziers and Strahd.
Yeah.
Wait, hold
Alright,
on.
well, I
Like
mean,
the last one, maybe it is just an illusory bait glyphs thing that he.
well,
It was
I mean,
something about people being dumb. I don't remember. It was either that he was gonna do just something simple because people were too stupid to notice, or that he wasn't gonna do something simple because that would be stupid. But it's one or the other.
okay. Well, if it's simple, I got this figured out, and he kind of holds out this like little like screwdriver-looking thing, which should be able to, break magical enchantments, whatever, if we run across it. So
Screwdriver?
we should be able to dispel it. Yeah, it's kind of like a screwdriver. It just makes magic stop working. Kind of breaks the whole. Most of the time, at least. It's hit or miss. Anyway,
Okay.
Alright.
this is good. This does help because this gives us at least some idea. Now, I need to know in character what we know about killing vampires.
um,
Like
I think
permanently.
you guys have picked up various pieces of information about this before. I'm trying to remember exactly how much you.
We know about the water.
Right.
We know
Yes.
that they turn to
No
mist when they get the
sunlight.
shit beat out of them, and we know sunlight. That they don't
Yes,
like
you-
those.
Sunlight is bad.
Yep, you know that sunlight, especially when they're mist form, they're particularly vulnerable. So
We also do have new people here who could have new training.
they could especially Will.
Can I roll a history or an arcana?
You could also roll a history. Just for funsies, Will, can you also roll me your choice of religion, or I would also probably accept history or arcana. It's up to you.
Can I roll arcana because I have higher?
Have history. And it
Okay.
shouldn't have been an advantage, but it was a 17 right out the gate. So
Ooh.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Right. Okay. I would say specifically for Will, because Will, this is kind of your whole thing. A 17 is a good roll by itself, and this is esoteric knowledge, but yeah, because of the fact that you've essentially trained for this, specifically for undead and everything that that brings with it, you know that vampires, and you have already seen this before, when they turn into mist, you have nothing specifically to deal with them after that because they become essentially invulnerable to most kinds of damage, except for specifically sunlight. Sunlight can still hurt them, and you know that in their form, they need to go back to a safe place to reform. And yes, typically that place is what is considered their coffin. However, I would say, yeah, with the 17, that's pretty much all you know, and these are things that you have studied on and have a specific knowledge of, But in terms of Strahd, you are not sure if like that is all, if there's something else involved, because he really is kind of his own problem all the way over here. So
He's everybody's problem.
Nah.
Yep. Pretty much.
Well, I mean, we have the gist of it, I guess.
Right. Well, we know
The
their
thin
weaknesses.
framework of how vampires
Mhm.
normally operate. Maybe not how he specifically works, but
If you were going to put this respite, this place he needs to retreat to anywhere, it would be within the castle. Especially if he's building the castle as a sort of personal set of armor that he's attuned to around him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sure
Basement
they're all
makes the most
somewhere in the
sense.
castle.
As a hidden place, a place trapped. Do we... going to know we're nearby as soon as we get close. His spies will be in the woods, they will tell him.
Mhm. I mean, yeah, I don't know how else to do it, because, like, he can't see me, but he can see everybody else.
Well, I mean, he can't scry on you. He can't use divination magic, but if he sees you through beasts or whatever, that's just going to work. Or if
No, he can't
a
see me,
vampire
it's fine.
sees you physically with their eyeballs, you're not
Mm-mm.
invisible to them,
Nah.
unfortunately.
I
Unless
mean,
you
I
also
could
cast
be.
invisibility, which I know
Right.
you know I sometimes can do as well. It's possible. At that point, yes, they wouldn't be able to see you, but
I mean, I could do one person, or at second level, or one additional creature for each slot above second level. So, like, if I did it at a big one, I could do all of us.
get us all invisible. For how long?
1 hour.
At what cost?
We could probably cover a mile in 1 hour. Going carefully, get to the mansion.
Mhm.
There's a road that goes up there. We've ridden on it. If we approach invisibly, take our time, it would give us about half an hour, 20 minutes to look around. We could see if, one, we could find this place that people were falling off of and get up there.
And in theory, I could do it like a maximum of 3 times, but that would be all of my higher level spells.
We don't want to use all your magic off the bat. We want to
And
save
especially since those are the sunlight ones.
We need to save that. I'm hesitant even to use the one invisibility, although it does get us in closer. Ooh.
Yeah. I mean, but I don't know else. Like I said, I don't know how else to get there if he would see us. Otherwise, we could just ask him for a ride. But do you think that would make him mad, or would he think it's funny?
I think
And
he
then
would
do
be
it.
mad at this point. And I think if he did send it and we did get in the wagon, that it would definitely
murder us.
explode. Yes, it would
Okay.
probably. It would actually probably just try to eat us. He'd send some sort of mimic disguised as a wagon.
That
That's
might be kind of
so
fun.
petty.
Yeah, he's a petty person. He's very petty. And at this point, he's not angry. I can tell you that. He's furious.
He's a little
but
angry.
He's not angry. He is
Frustrated.
insulted at this point because we made him have to run from us, and that does not happen in his land.
He's tired of dealing with us.
Hey, I got a question. Did you learn anything about like what started Barovia in this demi-plane of nightmares?
I mean, yeah, like we know that he did bad things. And he liked the one girl, right?
He coveted his brother's
Mhm.
wife,
And they
fiance.
were getting married, and he killed everybody, and that probably made
They were
people mad.
they were getting married, and he reached out to an entity for power to win her from him.
Do you think?
And that
Do you think he did
entity
that
was named
before the
Vampire.
wedding?
Hmm?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely he did.
Okay, because yeah, I guess if he did that, and then that's who killed everybody in the chapel, because everybody died and exploded, and then except for the girl, and then she jumped off the building, and he was
Yes.
mad.
Well, I guess then the question becomes, we do know that there were a group of people that created this demiplane that shunted Barovia away from trying to remember what we learned on the walk to the Amber Temple on the walls.
Roll me a history check or intelligence. I would also allow.
Come on, they're the same for me. All right, 19.
Yeah, you have a pretty good impression of what had happened. So yes, you know that Barovia basically, definitely predates Strahd. He was an invader here, essentially. It was a whole other thing. And it was originally a land populated by many powerful deities. It was kind of like on a magical crux point. And specifically because it was such a big place of power, a lot of evil bullshit flocked here. And at one point, the monks / wizards, they were wizards originally that gravitated towards monkhood later, basically built the temple and were like, okay, we're going to take all this bullshit and put it somewhere else. More specifically, actually built Bullshit Jail and locked away all of these entities that were flocking to Barovia to feed off of this and essentially trapped them in there.
And that was before Strahd even showed up.
That was before Strahd even showed up. That was before Strahd was even born. And for a long time, and this was part of Rava's order, they basically kept the temple running, or at least what was left of them. But the entities, given how powerful they are, sought to escape. Now, the magic holding them in place was also very powerful, but they still struggled, so obviously drew many other powerful people here. Strahd came later, fucked shit up, killed a dragon, was like, this is mine now. And
that
essentially...
would be the order
Yes.
of the
Silver
Silver
Dragon.
Dragon that we saw at Argon Vostholt, and the Skull of the Dragon, which we still need to find.
Yep.
In his house somewhere.
Yeah. Probably his
And
basement.
essentially, after Strahd did that, he continued to explore Barovia, found the Ember Temple, because of course he would, and essentially was like, this is interesting. I will file this knowledge away. And then the entire, drama plot of, oh no, I love her, but my brother is marrying her, what will I do? Went down, and he essentially sought the nuclear option.
Yes.
Which he was successful at. He was one of the first people, or at least what you are fairly certain is one of the first people to have actually gotten an entity out of the Amber Temple and essentially made a pact with it. But as a result of that, sorry, I'm info dumping, but
No,
it's the
it's
end of the
good, 'cause I don't know
campaign, and
this-
it's...
Yeah,
right?
this is...
Like, I don't know
And this is a
next
good
part,
narrative
like...
time, because we're all together, the whole group's here, and we're literally just walking on the road, so it's a good time to info dump.
And for 19, essentially, he took the pact with Vampire, one of the entities. But from what you've ascertained from Exanther, your favorite old lich grandpa, is because of the fact that Strahd made a pact with Vampire and removed him from the Amber Temple, there was essentially I wouldn't say a glitch in the Matrix. It was like the power of the Amber Temple, which was very, very old and very powerful.
guess. If people die from evil people, then they die, and they move on, and they recycle. But
we are aware that these are dark entities, demigods, whatever they end up being.
mhm.
How can you be sure that the one that left Cray's head isn't out there now, completely wrecking that balance?
Tell
Or
you
the
from
one
what
I
that,
don't.
if you stop Strahd, the one tied to him isn't going to continue to do this, and you inadvertently let him out and just walk away. I don't think that'll necessarily fly, because this
Oh.
cycle's going to repeat itself. And if she's worried about the life and death thing, I'm pretty sure all of these things are going to completely disrupt the natural flow of that.
It might. I mean, if it was a concern, she would tell me, and then yeah, we would have to deal with it, I guess. Though I don't know how. That's the only thing. I just don't know how we're supposed to help.
No, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm not trying to have you answer the question. I'm posing the questions because they are concerns, and
Mhm.
they're things that are worrying me. So I just want everyone thinking about it, just in case we can come up with different plans. I I look at things a certain way. I see the world a certain way, and you see it a different way. Frere sees it a different way. And these different perspectives can help give us different ideas, different angles of attack. If we keep trying the same ideas over and over, they're just going to keep failing, especially if Strahd's going to be able to predict what we're doing. But if we come at him with different minds, all working the problem from all the angles, then maybe someone has a nugget of information. Maybe
Maybe.
Savid knows something he doesn't even know he knows about the earliest days of when Strahd came here, from tales from his father, sire, whoever raised him. I don't know. I don't know. And that's all. I'm just killing time while we walk, because walking is boring. So I'm just posing questions, and I agree with Will's assessment. I think that if we destroy Strahd, then it's just going to let Vampire out, unless we know how to deal with that. And I'm not even sure Vampire lives in there, right? Like, my whole deal was for Chromata to inhabit Bitey so that I could keep him close, but all he really wanted was out of that crystal. He just wanted me to
Yeah.
shatter it, and he'd give me what he wanted, or give me what I wanted, but I offered him more of like a path out through the sword and tied him to that. I don't know if Strahd did that and has Vampire, tethered to him through some object in his mind itself, tethered to his soul. I don't know if he shaped Vampire into the fucking castle itself. It's all terrifying.
Maybe he did, and this so-called heart is supposed to be the heart of Vampire, the core of Vampire.
That's actually kind of a nice insight. See, this is why I like talking about that. I mean, like, seriously, if we now look at the castle itself as its own massive enemy that we have to destroy from the inside, that changes how we approach it, right?
We already had to fight a house, and that sucked. I don't want to fight an even bigger house.
Sorry, I hate to interrupt because this is wonderful discussion, but I do need Will to go ahead and roll me a perception check really quick.
Just Will, not none of us, because we're all distracted.
Just Will.
The only one paying attention.
Oh,
that is a hot 2.
That is a hot 2.
Thank goodness you have super good perception. I will say it was for 12, so that's fine.
Oh my God.
Will, you don't know what it is.
Don't forget, if it helps, if you ever need to lean on it, I got a 22 passive perception.
Yeah, you know what? I'll lean on that instead. Why not?
Okay.
This was just
Why
for
not?
flavor purposes. You could have rolled a natural one, and I wouldn't have given you
That
shit.
would've
But
Did it?
as your friends, well, friends is perhaps too kind a term for the current situation. Still, as your newfound allies continue to talk about this and are talking about various things, something in the back of your mind goes off almost like a little bell, and without really knowing any reason for it, you turn and you glance behind yourself, and you see behind you this what you've just left, which was the mountains that line Kresk and everything else to the north, the sprawling forests. And you also see darkening clouds. Now, Barovia in general is gloomy either way, but there's just something about the gathering of storm clouds on the horizon, over towards the lake, that you know is there because Carter knows it's there, but you haven't been to. There's just something there that makes you feel cold and uncomfortable on the inside. Call it your spidey sense. Whatever it is, you think to yourself, in Carter's voice almost, that ain't natural. But you don't know why, because you rolled a 2, so whatever.
Nah.
Little kind of slow, like as the group's walking, looking that way, and just kind of casually mention that looks a little off. What do you think? He's posing it to the whole group.
Storms over Lake Baratok. I
Mm.
mean, couldn't.
Maybe it's because he's angry and he's just making storm clouds.
Is it?
Like, that's how he cries.
I mean, I believe that.
Does the lightning from Zrinhala have any specific texture
Characteristic.
to it? Yeah, does it have any unique characteristics? Would this be reminiscent of a Zrinhala-esque storm?
Oh, okay. Roll an insight check on a storm.
Inside the storm.
Hey, I can use my deductive intuition for that.
What is your intention, Storm?
12.
Who are you?
I mean, from where you're standing, it looks like a storm. Granted, it is still very far away from you. You are literally heading in the opposite direction. And
Yeah, 'cause we're
now
kinda
all of
turning south.
yeah, you're treading south. All of it has kind of faded into the same white cliffs on that side, and all you see is just darkened storm clouds over that away. But you think you might see flashes of lightning here and there, but nothing that appears supernatural. Just a storm.
Well, I think he's just throwing a temper tantrum. You know,
Mhm.
cracking some lightning around, getting angry. The land kind of reflects him, so maybe removing him will make things better.
It at least would help a little bit.
Push on
I
to
don't-
the vineyard.
All I wanted to say, really, I guess, is that just maybe some things there's nothing that you can do to fix, no matter how hard you try.
I know, but it doesn't mean you don't
It doesn't
try.
mean you don't try. No.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying don't try. Like, we could try. I really do want to try. I want to get these people into a better place if we can, but we might need to not give up, but at some point we need to know if that's it, I guess. Otherwise,
I really love how much you guys have grown. I just remember when you first entered Barovia and you're like, yeah, we're gonna fix everything.
It seems to be a little bit more complicated now.
What can I
Realistic
say
expectations, I
except
understand.
depression?
We had something with the Fool's Bounty. There was something there.
We
But
did.
at
And I
this
want to
point,
have something like that again. I don't want to die here. I don't want all of us to die here for something that we can't do anything about. If it comes to that.
I hear you. I'm willing to die to see that come to fruition if that's what it takes. If it means getting this place out of here, I'll fall on that sword. Solving the problems of Cremata, Drenhala, Vampire. If we can find some way, and it means we don't get out, but everyone else here does. I don't know.
It wouldn't
I
be
wanna
the
get
same
out.
without you, Cray.
I know. Don't get me wrong. I want out. I do. I'm not trying to fall on my sword. I have two of them. They're big and sharp. I don't want to fall on them.
Please don't.
I'm just saying, that's the extent I'm willing to go to. I will risk anything and everything to get the hells out. And if it means getting everybody out, I'll also say I don't want to leave without dealing with at least Cremata. I feel mildly responsible for that one. And I can't just leave an entire realm, regardless of where they are, to his whims and live my life. I just can't.
Alright.
I'm here in Cremata, and then I'm good. I'll take your Raven Queen boat ride out of here. But I won't leave without those two solved. At least. Hopefully we solve it all. That'd be great.
In and out.
Right.
10-minute adventure. Fix everything.
I wish.
Yeah,
You know-
man, how's that going for you?
That's what we thought this was going to be. You know, me, you, Carter, and Flora all met up, and we were like, let's go make some money, help some folk, learn some things, slay some monsters, and then the mist. And it was just
Chaos.
We got stuck.
it's been a lot. It's been a lot.
As you guys continue your trek, walking through the forest, it's muddy, it's not pleasant, but at least it isn't as snowy as it was before, which is a little bit of a consolation. Just as the sun begins to, or what you think passes for a sun in Barovia, begins to slowly go down towards the horizon, and it's getting to be dark. You finally see, as you crest at the top of a hill, down below you, instead of thick forest, a sprawling vineyard. It's looking not super great because there is nothing that looks great about farming in Barovia. It looks dreary just by design. However,
It's still
it
mostly
doesn't.
dead.
Yeah, it doesn't look as dead as before. Before, these little vines were all withered and trampled and just completely destroyed. It looks like they are surviving. They are at least alive. And you see down below, kind of in the middle of all of this, nestled a familiar building.
Hey, Despair,
Hmm.
can you send Flora a message and just let him know we're coming? Or would
Yes.
that be wasteful? I just don't want to sneak up on them
Uh,
because things are kind of tense all over.
I mean, I could go, like, just fly in there and see how things are going. And that way I wouldn't have to use another spell.
I will leave it up to you. Do you think conserving the magic would be worth it? I'm not even sure if Flora's in there or if he's off
Whatever.
like doing druidy things at the tree or
Whoever
that
you
was
were.
that was a good like hour south of here. So I mean maybe message what was the grandfather? God, I can't remember his name.
Yeah.
Like Darius, I want to say. I have it in my notes somewhere. The one we brought the letter to from.
I know who you're talking about. I'm just I have about 3 higher level spells left. Higher than first level, I mean. So, maybe either I can go into Bird, and go and talk, or at least like go and check it out, and they won't hurt another raven, hopefully. Or maybe like me and Savid could go and, or at least I could make Savid or Will. Well,
Why don't you just fly in really quick, take a look, and
okay,
see if you
because
see
Will would
anyone
be the
familiar.
sneakiest, but they don't know him,
Right here, just
so it would be
let's
Savid.
get
But
let's get Baby Des out of her little compartment.
You remove the raven
Bird
from
nest.
the.
From the
The
mechanical
cockpit.
out
dog.
of character, I have
Get Bird
out of
Des out of
character.
Jaeger.
Yeah. But I have 2 first level spells and 1 4th level, 1 5th, and 1 6th. And that's it.
That
Yeah,
is
and
fair.
It's not a lot.
here, if you just want somebody to scope it out, he's down to sneak.
See,
Just if you.
I don't think we need to sneak. I just don't really want to scare them, you know? And I feel like if we do try sneaking, that's going to be more scary than just like.
Yeah, unless you were
staying hiding.
super sneaky that they never saw
I
you.
mean, let's see. I've got.
But
Did I take that today?
And definitely, based on everything we've seen so far, it's not a bad thing to be cautious here. So, like, even if
yeah,
you all are assuming that your allies are here, there's always the chance that it's not them.
that's why I want to go look.
Yeah.
I think. How you.
Yeah. Let me.
Just be careful.
Hopefully, I won't
Okay.
get killed.
Stay low. I mean, even though best case scenario, it is your friends, but still try to be as healthy as possible.
We'll be watching from here. We'll stay back a few hundred feet, so hopefully we'll just
Can
stay here.
Can I concentrate on a spell in my body when I'm not in it? Probably not.
No, I would say no. As soon as you switch over to
Okay.
Bird Des, you drop concentration. I'm sorry.
I was just wondering if I could
Druid.
make Bird Des invisible and then go into Bird Des, but
Ooh,
No.
Hmm.
I'll just. Okay.
Yeah.
Haven't done this in a while. Hopefully it's fine. But yeah, just switch into Bird
Okay.
Des.
And for those of you who have never seen this happen, which I think is technically, is it just Will, or has Freyr also never seen this?
I don't
I
think
don't
Freyr
think.
never-
Yeah, I don't think Freyr has seen that happen.
I think Fleur did, but then
Yeah, he got
I
murdered.
haven't done it since then.
Gotcha. Yes, that's true. Okay, so basically you see as Des, before your very eyes, her entire body slumps, and Cray, having prepared for this, kind of moves forward and catches her as she just goes ragdoll. And it's weird because she's not fainting. Like, her eyes remain weirdly almost open, like half-lidded, but she is just completely, like, basically dead but still breathing somehow in his grasp.
Yep, he'll just sort of lower her down to the ground and then just sort of rest her there. All right.
And while that is happening, Bird Des, who you've removed from the Jaeger, fluffs up. It feels really weird at first, Des, I'm not gonna lie. How many hit points did we decide you have?
3.
3. Yes, that's right. 3.
3.
Sure do.
Awesome.
Incredible. Hold on, I'm making you a token so you can go in here.
Oh, yes.
Bird Des. Is there a Bird Des? There's a Bird Des character sheet somewhere.
Yes, there is. I have it in my
Yes.
list. So.
Why am I unable to find it? Give me 1 second.
Ugh,
Gesundheit.
excuse me. Sorry.
Oh, Raven Desk, that's why. I was looking for bird, but it's Raven. Okay, there we go. Sorry. And I would say you guys are about... Oh, great. My Roll20 is now just completely... Oh.
I have noticed, like, or said, having the character sheets pop out instead of trying to load them in the window definitely is helping with my computer tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I do usually have them pop out. I was just trying to set the HP and the music and everybody else cut out.
Huh.
So it's...
Weird.
Yes, indeed, it is indeed weird. All right, so here's what we've got. All right, pray I don't drop you into Ravenloft on accident, because this map is really far away from the other maps.
Oh, no.
There we go.
Hell yeah,
It's
I'm
been
gonna see
so long.
Ravenloft.
Oh no, goodbye, Earth.
Fun.
Local.
Man, we haven't
All right.
been here in a long time.
Yeah, right. It's been a hot minute.
All right, so you can go ahead and fly a little bit closer. Obviously, this is a lot closer to where you were before. But you coast over and kind of perch in the tree where the building is in front of you. Go ahead and roll me a perception check just to see what you notice.
Perception.
Okay. You peer with your little raven eyes and you see the following. First of all, the building is not very bustling. You don't see anybody immediately. You do see, however, a couple of ravens. You don't know if they're ravens or other ravens. But they are perched on the roof, and as you approach, coast in, and like perch on a branch, one of them kind of glances over in your direction, clicks its beak a couple of times, and begins to scratch itself with its beak under its wing, apparently having decided that you are not worth any sort of alarm. But other than that, you don't see anybody. You don't hear anything, at least from this distance. It looks almost abandoned, but you're not sure.
Can she do like a circle around the building? See if anything looks like, I don't know, if there's any blood or any like signs of fighting.
Okay. Yeah, you go ahead and do like a quick loop around the building. The ravens on the roofs are still watching you. You look in all the various windows. There's more of them on the second floor. And using your previous 18, I would say you do think you see some movement in one of the windows, but when you turn your wing and fly back around, it's just dark and you can't spot it again.
Okay.
Nothing is broken. No windows are smashed or anything.
Right,
It looks
okay.
like they were replaced. There's some damage, but that's from the tree blights from before.
Right.
So,
Do I remember where like any of the bedrooms were, like, or where the family like stayed?
you know that there's bedrooms on the second floor.
Okay. She'll go to one of the windows of like one of the bedrooms and look in.
Okay. Which one do you choose? There's windows. Give me 1 second. I should be able to. Sorry, give me 1 second. Nope. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about it.
Not
There are windows. Let's see. There are windows here, and here, oops, and here, and here, and
Okay.
here. There's windows all over the place. So it kind of depends on where you're going.
right, just this like side of the building though.
Okay.
Okay,
On the other sides as well, honestly. You know that this is where the rooms are, though, from what you remember.
Yeah. She just goes up to one of them and then she'll like look in and see if she can see anybody, and then just like carefully tap on the window with her beak.
You fly up to this window, perch on it, peer in. It's relatively dark. You see a room. I guess I should even reveal it for you. That you remember now to be one of the rooms that housed the children when you guys had visited previously.
Okay.
It doesn't appear to have anybody in it. The beds are not neatly made. There's just a couple of blankets thrown over them. Roll me an insight check. Or a perception, I would also I feel like insight would be actually better for you. But,
Yeah, insight's a little bit higher.
Anything bad so far?
Not yet. Just very deserted.
Yeah, a whole lot of nothing
Possibly.
so far.
Um,
Some birds sitting around the outside that we don't know if they're birds or otherwise.
you peer into the window, and yeah, this room doesn't look like it's been touched, and you kind of lean down and look down at the windowsill on the other side of the glass, and you see a fine layer of dust. You get the sense that this room has not been used in at least a week.
Wow. Okay. She'll try a couple more windows.
To either side, or a little bit further along, or
Just like down the line. Just
okay.
Going down.
This room also appears to be much the same, to be honest. You peer inside. They're I would say for 25 insight, that's really good. A couple of them look like whoever had been here had left in a hurry, because you see some toys scattered on the ground that you think they would have probably taken with them. But otherwise, there's no room, like, there's no sign of a struggle necessarily. Just looks like they haven't been here a while. However, well, yeah. However, you do see that the room to this, the door to this room is open over here. And you see that the dust has kind of been moved as if the door had been open and closed, where it has that visible, little
Like
half
scrape.
circle. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you think you see footprints that have walked in and then back out of this room since the dust has gathered.
Okay. Can I get this window open at all with, like, is it locked or
I would
with my
say
beak?
I would say this one's probably locked. It is on a latch from the inside. And you do not have thieves' tools. It wouldn't be a difficult lock to pick, but you are a bird.
But I'm a bird. Alright, well, she'll go down the line and try and see if any of the windows are open.
Okay. You continue, you look into this room, which is the dining room. Weirdly enough, there's, again, the table's been cleared, and it looks like it's not been lived in, but you kind of peer. Roll me a perception check, actually.
Perceive.
Using a new one. You do see a single cup on the table, but again, it may just be from a long time ago. This window is also unfortunately latched from the inside.
Dang it. There has to be some way for the, like, ravens to get into this house, because they were all, like, were-ravens.
It's true.
So she's gonna go look for something to get in.
Okay.
A rooster, an attic, or something, I guess.
Yeah, you go ahead and you go over here, and weirdly enough, as you get over here and you peer in to what is a bedroom, you peer at the lock on this one, and it is actually not locked. That is to say, it's shut, but it is not latched.
With all the power of a raven, I probably can't open this, but I'll try.
Well, go ahead and roll me a strength check. to
Super
because it
strong,
opens
Raven.
outward. It opens outward, so you have to like essentially either jam your beak in between, like wedge it in there. A strength 12. Oh boy. You try to get it open, and you rattle it a little bit, and you can hear
Let
the
me
wood
in.
creaking.
Let me in.
Let
It's
me
gonna
in.
get stuck in an
Let
interior
me
door.
in.
It is loud. I will say that. But for a while you have to struggle with this. You do get it open eventually, but it is not a quick or painless method. But eventually I would say, yeah, you're able to let yourself in. But as you are doing that and jump onto the desk here, you also hear from behind the wall footsteps in this hallway. But then they immediately go quiet.
Well, so the window was open, but I assumed the door in this room is closed.
It is closed, yes.
Great.
You don't know if it's locked, but it is closed.
Well, even if
And
it's
it is
not
a
locked, the
doorknob.
door is a little harder than a window for a bird to open.
Yep.
God, okay. I'm gonna leave the window open for like a quick escape if need be, but she's gonna like peck at the door or like claw at it and try to make some noise because she's heard footsteps.
Okay, so you're just a bird on the floor. You
Yep.
pitter over to there and begin to, with your beak, go conk, 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 conk.
Yep.
I guess I should ask, is Crane Company doing anything?
He would let her wait. He knows better than to rush Des. So after about 15 minutes, he says that to kind of the party, like, man, one day she'll learn. Like, give it like 5 minutes, then come back and see what we can do together. But she usually comes back with information, so we get comfortable.
Okay.
I wish I had some way to communicate with her, but I don't. So
Oh boy. Whew, okay.
Tip tip tap tap tap
Tap, 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 tap.
tap tap tap.
It takes a while, but eventually you do hear more noises. There is what sounds to be shuffling footsteps, but they are much lighter, like somebody's trying to mask them. And then for just a second, the creak of a door before the creak cuts out, as if somebody immediately, like, decided to open it a different way to make less sense. And then nothing.
But it's not this door.
It's not this door that you're in front of. This is
this
a
door.
portrait, sorry. Yes.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
This one leads to the other one and then leads out.
Yeah, this one leads to this one, and then there's two doors. You know, in the kitchen, you've been in this.
Okay. Got it.
Where these little
Yeah,
rows
yeah.
are.
I
And
see
you
them
think
now.
that somebody has just come in from this one because you think you heard it open, but it's unclear. They're being much more careful now. Actually,
she does.
Mm-hmm.
She does the thing that cats do, where they kind of like shove their hands under closed doors, but like with one of her feet.
That's kind of
With one of-
adorable.
that is actually kind of adorable. Hold on a second, I need to roll for something.
Let me in. Let me in.
As you're kind of doing that, you hear a small, huh? What? Bloody blazes. Are you serious? What? Which one of you's in there? And then you hear the door open, and as soon as it does, you see on the other side a very familiar man that's kind of wrapped in cloths. And he looks down on you, and he goes, "What the?" And
Hey.
It is Davian Mardikov.
Avian, that's what it was.
Avian.
So
Avian Dad.
D.
Avian Dad, that's what it was.
You
She
weren't
immediately
Oh.
flies up onto his head.
Oh, that's... You're not one of mine. Why do you look so familiar? Hello.
Are you telling me that remember the skull face paint on a bird?
Yeah, right.
He's
It's
old.
probably
Give him a
smeared a
break.
little bit, but it is still there.
He kind of turns around a little bit and then slowly reaches up and kind of not gropes you necessarily, but is like trying to grab you gently to pull you off his head. He goes, "What in the
She
world
lets
is
it happen.
what?" He gently sets you down onto the table in front of him and goes, "Well, now this is truly a surprise. Wait a minute. It couldn't possibly be.
Ravens.
Just despair.
Yes.
Is that you? Oh goodness, you're alive. That's wonderful news. I thought you perhaps had perished. Heard some bad news. Uh, you can go ahead and turn back, dear.
She just stares at him.
You can. Are you all right? Are you stuck?
Maybe.
Right. Kind of.
Flora.
What? Flora? Yeah. Oh yes, Flora. Did you meet Flora? What?
Yes.
Okay. Are you in danger? Can I help you? Or is somebody chasing you? What are you doing here?
Help. Yes.
Help. Yes. Yes. How can I help? What do you need? Kind of glances at the window and immediately, seemingly very paranoid, like kind of hobbles over there, glances outside very quickly, and then like pulls the blinds shut a little bit tighter, and then turns around
Danger?
back to you. Danger? There's danger? Is danger coming?
No. You danger.
No. Am I a danger to you?
No.
No. You're in... Dear, really,
You-
this is...
You in danger?
I'm in danger. Maybe. Well, aren't we all, dear? Really, this is ridiculous. You should be able to turn... No, I want you to just focus. I can help you through this. I've meditated many of my children through this process before. Now, I want you to just relax and try to... Sometimes it helps if you spread your wings a little bit and kind of flex your primaries a little bit like this. Yes, he kind of goes over and begins to essentially give you a meditative bird massage. Essentially trying to coach you through turning back into a human, which he thinks you are able to do.
No. Flora.
Flora, yes. Should I get Flora? Do you think that would help?
Yes.
Flora doesn't actually know that much about Were Raven things. I don't understand how... Friends. Yes, Flora is a friend. You want me to get Flora. I don't...
Get Flora.
Oh, goodness. Okay,
Flapping your wings.
yeah.
She just like gently bites him on the finger.
Oh, don't do that. Listen, dear child, look, I appreciate you coming here, but I'm afraid your friend Flora is not always around. There have been some developments as of late, and he kind of nervously looks back at the window again and goes, things have been getting a bit dire, which is, I'm presuming, the danger that you speak of. And,
are you in danger?
I am currently... Well, I'm realistically always in danger, but I'm just here to hold down the fort, as it were. The rest of the family has gone to Vallaki, so I'm afraid I'm the only one here, and Flora has been helpful, but most of the time he's out in the forest because we don't want to attract too much attention to the winery, so we've been trying to make it look as if nobody's been living here, to not draw the ire.
Vallaki, why? Vallaki, bad.
Velaki agreed is bad. I did tell them that several times. However, desperate times call for desperate measures, and my son, I believe you remember him.
Yes.
Yes. He has... Erwin has constructed somewhat of a... I wouldn't even call it a safe house. It's not necessarily safe, but he thinks that it might be somewhat better shielded and somewhat less drawing of attention as a winery, because as things have been going on and everything has been, well, falling, and now I hear news. One of my own scouts has recently returned to tell me something terrible has befallen Kresk, and I was actually just planning to perhaps fly over there myself.
No.
No, Kresk is fine.
No.
No.
Bad.
No, bad. Oh, all right.
Kresk.
Should I
Kresk
postpone?
gone.
Kresk? Oh. All right. This is
I love
not...
this lore dump on Davy into the filter of Raven Dess's limited vocabulary.
Mhm.
He just
I'm
kind of
trying
sits...
so hard to keep track of like what words I've heard. It's
Yeah.
real hard.
He's kind of sits down, sinks into a chair, old man style, holding the back, as they do. And then kind of goes, all right, listen, not that I don't enjoy talking with you like this, but could we perhaps... I will attempt to... I don't have any way to contact Flora. He comes by every few days to check, to make sure that we're... your friends. I'm glad you survived, of course, but you were with others. Cray and Carter and...
Yes. Well, no. Yes.
This really doesn't make a lot of sense,
Cray.
child, I'm afraid.
Cray, yes.
Cray, yes.
Carter, no.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, is Cray around? Is he here with you? Because...
Yes.
Yes. Is he capable of speaking a little bit more words?
Maybe.
Soup.
Probably yes.
All right. Should we perhaps go and locate Cray? What do you think? Would that be...
Come with me?
I
Or
don't really...
here.
Well, you can certainly... I suppose it would be a little better, perhaps, to be out of the scrying eyes and the prying eyes and everything else.
But danger make not look like here. We hear danger. Probably.
You hear danger. Yes, you are probably in danger. If you are probably in more danger than I am.
Well, yeah, we danger.
You are dangerous.
Yes.
Are you sure you can't turn back? I really thought you would have gotten the hang of it by now.
Problem.
Well,
fine.
I sort of ascertained that part, yes.
Just tell him hold me and then go dead weight in his arms.
I don't think you can do it from this far away, actually. I think, what did we decide?
I think it's too far to warp back. I think it was like 60 feet.
Yeah. Weirdly enough, as you are kind of having this conversation, your eye pans over, flits over to the door, and you see propped up against it is a hand crossbow, and you realize that had you not actually stuck your foot under the door and alerted him to the fact that you were a raven, it probably could have ended very badly. Probably.
Oh man, 3 HP, that's not good, huh?
Nope.
Yeah. And an AC of 12.
Yep. But regardless, he kind of glances through the window again and goes, all right, how are we... I suppose I could go with you. Perhaps that would be easier.
Want to go out? Want place not discover?
I don't understand, dear. You really need to.
We bring danger. Winery,
You
danger.
bring danger to the winery. Well,
Probably.
Oh, yes. Well, I do understand the concern. I really think that perhaps the winery is already in plenty of danger. If Kresk is indeed, as you say,
Good.
gone, and if what I've heard
That's
from my
good.
son,
Not
if
good.
what I've heard from Erwin is correct, and then the fact that Volaki has essentially
Yes.
burnt to the ground, and they are now trying
Yes.
to find some sort of cover in that hopelessness, essentially, then the winery is perhaps one of the last places in Barovia that seems to be relatively untouched, which inherently makes it a
Yes.
target.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe.
Which is why I have instructed most of the family to leave and go to Valaki, which has already been burned and therefore is in less
Safe?
danger by virtue of being already kind of, as you kids say,
Broken.
yes.
Danger suit.
Danger suit. Well, not even danger suit, just soup. But anyways. Yes. Cray here, or you, Cray?
I kind of glances out the window and he goes, well, I think it would be better if we perhaps meet on your terms. Go ahead and let's fly you. Go ahead and lead me. Let's go out here. This window should be open. I'm presuming that's how you got in. And he kind of picks you up again, puts you under his arm like a little football, and carries you back over to the to the window. And goes, out you go, dear. And he literally, like, clearly operating out of habit, because he clearly does this with other ravens. He opens the window and just kind of tosses you, trusting that you will
So
fly.
yeet!
It takes a second, but then she does.
Okay. And then a second later, you hear a weird, like, flutter, and you see another raven, clearly much older, come along after you. Alright, let me see if I can switch it. And he will go ahead and follow you back to your troop, which I do not have a map for, so we're just gonna do this. You're just out in the fields,
Just bring them here.
presumably.
Probably.
We're just like sitting, waiting on death to come back, having a random conversation.
Yep. We're just gonna say you guys are here-ish, and then eventually you see two ravens heading back towards you where before there was one.
In final reply to prayer, it is fascinating that she could do it, but it is also dangerous because I think she was warned not to let either one fall. Otherwise, it's going to mean the end. And if she's in it when it falls, I don't think we can get her back. So, and then he looks up. Oh, look. Right, well, at least she's not dead. That was definitely a concern. It's been good
She
half
lands
an
on
hour.
your head.
Hey, Des. Alright, you ready to go back to your body?
Hold on.
And then
Danger.
you see another raven land, and it immediately unfurls itself into the much larger form of David Markov, who kind of glances around and goes, all right, well, that was quite interesting. Oh, hello. Many new faces here. It's good to see you, Cray.
You too, David.
And Cray only kind of looks around. Everybody else doesn't seem to recognize them, except for maybe Savid. I don't remember. No, not Savid. He doesn't know Savid.
Blue moss, kind of ish.
Blue moss-ish, yeah.
He's blue now.
I think he would. I think.
That's too much. Did you see your hair?
Yeah, thank you.
Man, it's good to see a familiar, friendly face.
Maybe
Is it-
danger.
Should we talk here? Should we go somewhere safe? What's the best? Into the woods? Into the house? Into the...
Well, your despair here, for some reason, didn't seem to be so keen on changing back into her human form, and therefore, and he kind of does a little old man scared jump as he sees Des very clearly laying on the ground dead,
It's a
and
whole
then
thing.
immediately is like, "What? Now, hold on a second. Why?" And he points over to Bird Des, back to Tiefling Des, back to Bird Des, and just, I'm afraid I'm quite confused.
I can fill in those blanks. I can answer the questions.
Just talking about
What'd you say?
we were literally just talking about it.
Yeah. I just need to know if it's safe to talk here or if there's somewhere safer nearby that we should go to.
Yes.
To be quite honest, dear boy, I really don't know if anywhere is safe at this point. If you're asking about the magical variety, well, I'm not very well schooled in them, but there really isn't anything. I do know that Flora sometimes perhaps has something better, but I haven't talked to him about it, and the winery remains, well, a danger as it always has been. It's a target. For what it's worth, I just finished telling your friend Des here, or perhaps that wasn't even Des, now I'm beginning to realize.
That was
Uh-huh.
nice.
It
Oh,
is
Hold
her.
on. She like goes over to Savid and like cuddles up in his hands.
Yep.
And make sure that he's like holding her before she'll switch
Okay.
back.
Okay. Yeah. And you come back to life, essentially.
Spit pulled to the back of your throat.
Yeah.
Why did you put me down on my back?
I sleep on my back.
How do you not drown?
Well, I guess I'm kind of in there. Maybe I'm
Okay.
controlling it subconsciously.
She just like sits up and stares at Davian. So,
Davian's
yep.
staring back at you, real concerned.
Mhm. I don't really know how to explain, but apparently, well, I mean, I do know how to explain is that, like, I died again, and then things got weird.
When you came back, you were just a bird, and
Yeah.
then we had to do it all over again, and then we were able to get you fixed, and tiefling
But sort of.
form was here, but also bird form, and we'll just kind of give
Yeah.
Davian
Right,
the
yeah,
abbreviated
we don't have to go through it
form,
all.
like I
Um,
just did with Earthen
No.
for our text.
He listens pretty carefully. Eventually, he kind of glances around, glances at Will, who is very imposing, to say the least. Glances at Freyr, who is very imposing in a completely different way. Glances at the larger dog. He saw your first dog, but this one's much bigger.
Much
He's
bigger.
like, okay. Glances at Eris, who I presume waves back to him with a slightly derpy smile.
He kind
in
of
his pajamas.
yeah, he's standing in his pajamas. He just nods respectfully as his eyes kind of land on him.
Yep. Eventually glances at Blue Moss, being like, is that you? And Blue Moss just holds up like thumbs up. It's like, okay. Well, you all look a little bit out of sorts, especially you, Gray. I'm not sure why you decided to come here in your under things. I cannot say that we will be any more safe in the winery, but we will be perhaps a little warmer. So
You would like
if we
that.
are going to put ourselves in danger, we should perhaps put ourselves in danger in comfort.
Let's do
Yeah,
that.
as long as
So-
you don't think that we're bringing even more, like, immediate danger to the winery, which is what I was trying to ask.
I mean, that's
Um,
exactly what's happening, Despair, but we knew that was going to be the case. I needed to know whether he'd gotten here before us, and at least we know that our
Yeah.
allies are still here.
but maybe if we don't go inside, he won't.
He kind of
Look
just like
at it.
stops, and as you're talking, Cray's head is just shaking. Anyone that's shown us even the slightest modicum of comfort is on the dartboard right now, and he's just striking out. The storm that Will saw, that was up near Rictavio's tower. We don't know where Rictavio
Well,
went, what happened to him.
Yeah,
know
I don't
that
even
he
know if he's
aided
still
us.
alive,
I know, but
honestly.
I don't
Also,
think we
we
have a
destroyed
choice.
his tower already, so
I also
did
do
that on
need
our own.
a bath and pants, which I assume is going to require going in.
Yeah.
So I think we have to
Okay,
go in
I mean,
anyway.
Davian, if you don't think that it's, well, like you said, danger either way, but if you don't think it's any more so than just standing out in the open, it would be nice to just sit inside and get clothes.
Perhaps that is a good idea.
Right.
But yeah, he
Also,
will.
I can call
Mhm.
Flora while we walk.
I will go ahead and just presume that you follow Davian, who takes you back to the winery, which I will now reveal because why the fuck not? Because you've already been here. So it's not like you're seeing anything new. It was just for funsies. But essentially, yeah, he takes you back to the winery. It is completely empty. What you learn is from, Des and also from Davian himself is the fact that, as everybody has been noticing, slowly places in Barovia have been falling to some hard times, as it were. There's been those increasing attacks on Barovia Village with the zombies. And then there's also been Vallaki, obviously, which burned down, and then everything else went down. And now Kresk.
I will. As he talks about Kresk, I'll take the lead of our conversation and regale him with the story of what happened to Kresk, as I had a very first-hand account to it.
Right.
Now, real quick, before he leads us in, Will's gonna break off, and can I do like a quick sweep, like circle around the house, looking out to make sure nothing is, waiting to jump us now that we're here?
Yeah, actually, go ahead and roll me, since you're doing like a quick reconnaissance. Are you like physically walking around or just scanning the area?
Whenever we're in, we'll immediately break off and do it back around.
Okay, sorry. You're roboting a little bit, so I couldn't hear a lot of that. I think because Aurora was typing, maybe. Can you say that again? Sorry.
Hang on.
I think he plugged in his phone.
Oh, I see.
I wanted to leave and come back and see if that helped.
That did help,
maybe.
yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully.
But whenever we got to the door that he was leading us to, Will's just gonna quietly break off and do a quick lap around the house, like the winery itself, and just scope everything.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an investigation then.
Awesome.
Oh no.
Everything's fine.
That wasn't
Everything's
comforting at
fine.
all.
You are, even being as paranoid as you are, this is a new area, but this to be a relatively untouched part of Barovia, which on its own is also concerning, but
yeah, the fact that it's in relatively good standing compared to everything he's seen so far, even if nothing looks amiss, he is still super on edge right now.
Okay,
as he makes his way back in.
Yep. All right. But yeah, I guess what are you guys doing?
I am going to very kindly ask him to lead me to a room that has at least a big metal tub that I can fill with magical water and then heat with heat metal and have myself a hot bath. And then I will offer the same to anybody else that wants.
He can probably accommodate that. I don't remember if they actually have a bath on this map or not. Hold on.
If he's got some way to non-magically heat the bath, that's even better, because I'd like to keep my spell slots, but I will use a spell slot to heat the tub if it means having a hot bath. He's been living in the snow and everything for like 4 days. He's cold all the way down to like his spine. He just needs a hot bath. And he asks Davian if he could, if there's a set of clothes that he could manage to borrow/have that would fit him. Pants, jacket, that kind of stuff.
In order to not have to RP a whole bunch of just you guys settling, I will say it is late. You guys have gotten in quite late. It is sunset, but you are all, for once, able to have a good meal because Davian will cook, and he hasn't been able to cook. He hasn't had a lot of people to cook for a while. So.
Right, his whole family's like gone.
So you're able to
So
eat.
sad.
So I'm shrinking down your tokens a little bit to make more sense.
Small.
You are able to, find a place to have a hot bath if anybody else wants it. He also tells you that you're welcome to use the beds, to sleep. He says he himself usually sleeps up in the horse cart area where the place
The
where
loft.
the loft, yeah, essentially, so that he can make a quick escape, because up until now, again, he's been living in a very nervous existence, essentially. There's some ravens that still come and go, and he uses them as scouts, but most people have left. Most of the family that used to he used to house here have left, and he doesn't even know necessarily where they went. Erwin essentially mailed him, was like, hey, we're setting something up in Balaki, and we're thinking that it might be safest because it has already been hit, it has already been destroyed, and Strahd's eyes are no longer on it as a target, so this is the safest place to send the kids.
It's not a bad idea. Not a bad
And essentially Davian was like, well, it's better than having them here in the last place that hasn't been burned to the ground.
Not yet, but here we are.
He doesn't even know exactly where they are because they decided it would be safer to not
say.
tell him. Yeah.
Yeah. Probably.
Well, if
honestly.
that's where the rest of the keepers are, and the rest of them, then that should be our next goal. I agree with Erwin's assessment that Vallaki being an already destroyed target is going to be less likely to be a target. I feel bad about going there and thereby drawing the target back onto it. But it's at least on the way, so we could check in and possibly get any updates on intel that they may have, or have a safe place to set out from. I don't think we should stay here for more than a night.
Okay.
I sent a message to Flora. He said he would be here.
Yeah, actually, on that note, as you say that, you hear somewhere downstairs that a door is opening. And, in fact, Flora does arrive. Now, Flora is technically no longer a player character, but, Aurora, by all means, if you want to roleplay. What does Flora look like now? Just for funsies, what does Flora look like? What's he been up to?
Flora
What the hell
probably
have you been doing?
would look different and more earthy or planty, like he would have vines and flowers all across his body as a type of show proof that he's a protector of a grove.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, there wouldn't be too much of a difference.
It's been a while.
Wow,
Cray
you
looks
guys...
very different.
Why are you not wearing pants?
Davian's going to find me some. I got hit by an avalanche about 4 days ago, and took my pants with it. Took Savid's as well.
Oh. Okay, well...
I'm glad to see that you're safe.
I'm
You're
glad
not
to
dead.
see
That's
that
good.
Des and you are okay, but I guess some of us didn't make it. Looking over towards Will and Freyr and Eris, and looks over at Dumas and goes just like, did you guys get a new kobold?
No, I'm the same one. Wait, shoot. I should have said yes. Damn it, that would have been funnier.
Why are you blue? What?
He
Can't just ask somebody if why they're blue.
Okay. Anyway.
Yeah,
Dumas, I could always fix that for you sometime if you really wanted me to.
I mean, it's all the same to me.
That's fair. I think blue is pretty.
No, Carter, unfortunately, there's been werewolves, shadow ghasts, dark gods, an avalanche.
A lot.
It's been a lot, but if you want, we could tell you a story. It'd be good to talk with a friend for the evening before we have to leave tomorrow. And I said, good to see that you're not,
Dead,
dead or
like everybody
evil,
else.
right? No, you're not evil, are you? You haven't turned evil.
I
You have to
pat
tell the truth.
myself, and I'm just like, no, I don't think I'm evil. I really hope to God I'm not.
Insight check.
There's
Wait, I
nothing
wanna
to
do
counter.
Insight.
That's good. All right. Well,
I also
Tell
see
your
you've
story.
made some new friends.
well, they're part of the story. We'll get to them. And Cray will probably spend the next 2 hours drinking wine and telling Flora the story of everything that he's avoided since choosing to stay.
Right?
He'll
Got
tell
out at
him
a good
of
time.
Seraph and Fleur and the others that have come and gone and the friends we've lost and Shendo. Oh, I don't even think Cray really knows about Shendo, but
We
he'll
know that
demur
he's.
probably to
I mean, Des knows that
Des.
he's dead, but we don't
Yeah,
know where he is.
at some point. But yeah, we're just killing time. He's just killing the evening.
Yeah. Fair enough.
I won't. I'm not going to roleplay the whole, obviously, 'cause it's our story. I'm just catching Flora up because it's fun to have all our characters in one room.
So many characters. So many characters.
So many. I planned on leaving Eris wherever like the keepers were, so I thought it was going to be here, but I guess he's coming with us just a little bit longer. Unless I guess
Send him
Eris would
ahead to
probably stay
Velocity
wherever we
ambulance.
leave Savid, because wherever we stash Savid, that's where Eris is going to stay.
You're just stashing all of your NPCs.
I've learned Damas is coming with us. There's no stopping the crazy blue kobold. We'll tell him not to, and he'll just dimension door ahead of us, and then join our camp in the night, and we'll be stuck with him, a day's march away from wherever we started. It's just an inevitability. Savid, I don't really want to bring Savid into Ravenloft, and Craig say this, and he doesn't want to do it after, a few goblets of wine, because we're in a winery, and he's going to avail himself of the current delicacies. That Savid, being a Tusk Elf, could be very bad to be brought into Castle Ravenloft, where, Strahd might be able to, with a single word, turn him on us. So as much as I love him, as a brother, as a friend, as a rival, as everything, he needs to not come with us on that battle.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing as the Taz situation and Tyranny, huh?
Mm-hmm.
We kind of had to keep her away, and now we're going to have to keep Savid away, because...
Yep.
It's too risky. It risks something precious, and I'm not willing to risk that. And Savid could very well offer critical information or skills. His abilities to keep us alive after the avalanche were like fundamental. So I'm not trying to discount what you can do, Savid. I know what you can do.
I'm still riding the high of you saying that we're actually like on the same competitive level. I did not ever keep going, whatever.
Kind of just gives him a smile. You're a better man than you give yourself credit for in every way.
Sure, human man. I'll take that as a compliment.
I just don't think it's a wise idea. So somebody's going to have to stay. Yeah, no, actually, you never met Human Man.
No, trust me, you don't want to.
I'm kind of curious.
I actually don't have Alter Self prepared at the moment, so I cannot become Human Man, and without the affectation of physical change, the accent it falls flat.
Don't do it.
That's fine. Either way, we'll need somewhere safe for Savid, and whether that's here with Flora, sorry, I tried to say Flora because of more recent characters. Whether that's here with Flora, or we meet up with the Keepers of the Feather in Vallaki, I don't know. It's up to, I guess, Des. What do you think? Do you have any? They're
Oh.
your friends. They're your allies. You were our were-raven, so.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Concern is the children are in Velaki.
Yeah. And wherever we leave Savid might be more likely to get hurt.
Because he knows how precious he is to us. I know.
Yeah. We could leave. I mean, we could leave them with Davian to keep everything hopefully safe, or keep him company, or like help him escape if something does happen.
He kind of leans forward on the table and goes, wouldn't it be safer, actually, if you didn't know where we were?
Probably.
It's actually very true.
Although that makes me sad.
Right. No, I understand. Trust me, it makes me plenty sad to know that you will soon be preparing to head directly into the mouth of a gigantic beast, essentially offering yourself up as a sacrifice in order for a slim chance of victory to have a chance to shine, which I understand why you're doing it. I'm not going to try to stop you. I'm just saying everything we do now is going to be kind of a bad decision. It's inevitable.
It is. I think the last time we had the chance at a good decision was when the sky shone blue.
But I think that is a good idea. I think that maybe wherever you decide to go, don't tell us. But I think that you, Savid, you and Eris and Flora and Davian, I think maybe you should all stay together.
I agree that would be a beneficial arrangement. I am at least somewhat capable of helping protect them, and Sparky could provide us some manner of transportation for emergency situations.
Can you promise to keep them safe, Eris, for me?
He kind of like he's been just sort of like leaned on this thing, listening to all this, and he will look you like square in the eyes. I promise you that with my dying breath, I will be fighting to protect them and see them safely away. Nothing harm them while I am alive.
Good. Also, don't die, because I don't want that either.
He just smiles at that one. I have already dodged so many deaths. Who am I to deny them forever?
Forever? Not forever, just maybe not here. Don't die here.
Very well. Not here.
Mm-hmm.
Also, maybe get an actual weapon. I don't know how effective the dagger will be in the long term.
Haven't you ever heard that it's not the size that counts, but how you use it that matters?
I mean, I have a sword that I never
You
use.
hear the biggest groan from Savid, and you just look over, and he's just rolling his eyes. Like, oh, for the love of God.
In truth, it is the Raven Queen's magic that does most of the work when I fight. It is my ability to channel it that is what makes me a paladin that serves her. Unfortunately, without some sort of weapon, her power falls short. It cannot be harnessed through my own martial ability.
You could have this weird mace. And Des just pulls out a black mace out of her bag.
It is intriguing, but I am not what you would call strong or strength-based. I am much better with a fine weapon like this, capable of slipping through my enemy's defenses, and then delivering the fatal blow through her divine magic.
I mean, I don't think... Hold on.
He looks over at Freyr. This is a
maybe
incredible gift that you have given me, and I will treasure it. This is what I need to protect them.
All right, then.
Now, if anybody has a very specific type of weapon called a Revenant Blade, I would single-handedly take that off your hands. No problem.
Now that you
But
mention
short of that-
it, and Flora just pulls out a quarterstaff. I got this.
Actually, hold on 1 second. I gotta check something.
I have a mace and I have a sword. And I don't think either of them are finesse.
No, it's versatile. It's not.
Now,
You have a
I have
short
a
sword?
question for Chekhov because whenever I made Will, I didn't get any of the background stuff, and I know like I could start with like a scimitar or rapier. Could I give that to Eris so that he has a genuine weapon?
I would say that's allowable. I would say you would have enough weapons on. They're not magical weapons; they're just standard weapons. But yeah,
I mean,
What is
if it'll benefit you, like he reaches behind his back and like it doesn't really look like he has a very big pack or anything. Looks mainly like he's got a decently sized quiver, and you just see him pull. Which would you prefer? Because it's like retroactively, it could be a scimitar or a rapier. Because
Scimitar is probably closer because the Revenant blade is just two scimitars joined at the pommel. So
okay,
the-
yeah, he'll just draw a scimitar out of the quiver essentially and hold it out.
now that I would be much more familiar with if you
you pulled it out of your
Right.
quiver like you just have one long arrow, super long.
Hell yeah.
blink.
Yeah, because he's got an efficient quiver, which is essentially a bag of holding for any and everything to do with archery and dexterous weapons. So like
That's fair.
if we had found a bunch of javelins, he could be walking around with like 20 of those fucking dudes.
Hell yeah.
This definitely. Would you like to take Fair's knife? It is still precious, and the gesture is. My gratitude has no bounds, Fair, but this would leave you with nothing in close quarters, would it not?
It would, and if you're okay with it, I'll take the dagger because anything is better than nothing.
No.
I do have a
I
Yeah,
still have a
spear.
dagger
sword
and-
on me.
Spear. I think spears are versatile. I don't know if they're finesse.
Spear and javelin are what I
Both
have.
finesse?
Uh,
No. Yeah. See, I
Yeah.
need something with finesse because Eris is entirely dex based.
Yeah. Will's in the same boat, so that's why I was like, we were talking about it the other day that I forgot to add that in. So it kind of works out here so that they have something for
Yeah.
Eris to defend them with.
I feel bad taking it, but it definitely will help. And yeah, he'll take that and scrounge around, see if he can just find some like leather armor, and if he can get those two, and the basics of like clothes, he'll with a smile be able to be like, yeah, I can do this. I can protect them with
Yep.
Savid's help and Flora's help.
So it's like you don't happen to have a longbow with that, do you? 'Cause,
Yeah.
Very much.
yeah, that's
we
what I
could.
figured.
I mean, we could ask Davian if he has one.
Davian's, who's come back from his room now and has distributed all the pants that he can find.
All the
Um,
pants.
It will basically say, like, I'm afraid I'm not much for a longbow. I mean, if you're capable of making it, which I believe your kind are, and Savid's like, yeah, just already made so many and I keep on losing them. Regardless,
I mean, if you need help, Savid, I know you only need like 4 hours of rest. I could spend the other 4 hours helping you, and if Davian's got, treated wood that we can use in a bowstring, shouldn't take the two of us more than half that time to carve something up.
it would be good, but I think, first of all, you should probably, before you get some rest, maybe we should actually split up and go into separate places so we don't hear what each other's plans are. Maybe me and everybody who is coming on team trying to avoid being killed should go and have a little rendezvous, and everybody who is on team we're about to actively walk into the mouth of a beast should have their own little rendezvous so that, well, I don't know. Maybe it's a stupid idea. I just thought.
No,
it's good.
It's not a dumb idea. It's
It's a sad idea,
smart.
but it's
Yeah.
smart.
I mean, I figured if he's looking like you keep on saying he is, you can only look at one of us, so
Yeah.
And not me.
And not fair.
up to you.
All right. Well, why don't we retire to whatever room the wine is stored in, and you guys can just stay here.
That
Sabi-
gets a chuckle out of Will for sure.
Sabin's like, oh, I see how it is. All right.
I mean, I will leave this and these 3 bottles, but I have a feeling both groups are going to need something. He'll look over at Damas. All right, Damas, this is the last chance to get off of what would you call this? Team jumping into the mouth of the
Team-
lion.
Yeah.
Team badass.
I do like that.
Anyway, I've been
Easier to
drinking
say
for about
that
an
way.
hour now, and I don't feel anything, so.
Oof, that's unfortunate.
So sorry. Your magic really has a way of just biting you, doesn't it? Just in all of the just the
Oh, no.
worst ways.
Yeah, it's a
Forgot
pattern. It's a
about
pattern.
that.
So, since I can't get drunk anymore, I may as well go and do the sober, which kind of doesn't sweeten the deal, but may as well.
Oddly enough, one of the first bits of information your dead friend imparted to me was a burning hatred of your magic, specifically because of that exact fact.
Dumas holds up a wine bottle that he's nearly emptied and goes, I'll toast to that.
I'm so glad to have not been on the receiving end of that yet. I've been out of wine, but I've never been unable to wine. And before we leave, he'll go up to Flora and kind of just like take him into a big old bear hug.
Okay.
It is very good to see that you are not dead or evil. Very good.
Especially both of those, actually. Yeah. I was gonna say especially not evil, but I am more glad of the not dead part, I suppose.
Please do
Good
not
to
become
know.
evil.
And then Flora pulls out a knife. No, I'm kidding.
He pushes you back and holds you at arm's length. If you see anything in amber, just say no. Always say no. It's just no.
What?
It's an easy 2-letter word. Just if it's in amber, just say no. Just remember that. Tell me you'll remember that.
I need to hear it. Say it.
Okay. I will say no to anything in amber.
Avoid amber in general, I suppose.
All right. Help keep them safe.
All right,
Keep each other
weirdos.
safe. You're the weirdo. He'll scruffle your hair and then walk past you to head down to the cellar where he knows the wine is.
I'll
All
just
right.
put a little flower in your pocket and be like, here, souvenir.
He'll kind of just adjust it. This new shirt fits a little strange. It's a bit scratchy, but he's glad to have had a bath.
I shall remove the everybody except for the active player characters who are
Okay.
Team safe.
team
Yeah.
safe. Oh yeah.
Well, I guess the question becomes, do we risk Lucky with our presence and check in with Erwin to see if they can provide any aid? The only thing I
excuse
could
me.
think of to be helpful at this juncture would be potions. You know, things that could give us resistance or healing and magical aid, but I don't think we're gonna find that.
I
So
don't think that they'd have that sort of stuff, honestly.
that's the
Yeah,
question.
I honestly can't really think. What do we think that they might do to help, I guess?
I only have one idea, and it's not a good one, and it's not one I like, but it's the only thing I could think that they could be useful for. It's a
Versionary check.
Distraction.
diversion. They can provide cover while we attempt to sneak in, but I feel like as soon as an assault happens, he's immediately going to scry on me.
Yeah,
He
he's
knows
gonna know.
that I'm gonna be there, like, fucking shit up. And if he sees us coming in from the back door, he'll know it's a diversion. He'll kill them all. The sacrifice will be for naught. It could buy us 5 minutes, maybe 10. If I manage to dispel it fast enough, maybe 10.
But he still kills them all.
We're still talking dozens, maybe, of lives, including maybe the children if he finds out where they're hiding or takes any prisoners. So, big risks, minimal rewards, but possible rewards. And at this point, we are very rewardless. So we kind of need everything we can get, but I can't make that call. I don't know. When you were gone from the party to spare, we lost our heart and made decisions based out of the mind. And I found that while the mind can reason its way into pretty much anything, the heart leads to the correct decisions. What do you think we should do?
I don't think it's a good idea. Maybe.
Okay. All right. Then we avoid Vlaki. We'll go around it. We'll camp in the woods. How do we want to approach Ravenloft? Do we want to try to go to Barovia town? Or do we want to just go up? Because we've been up the road a few times on the wagons. We kind of know it by sense, not so much by sight. I looked out the window a few times, but the curtains always just pulled themselves shut. Didn't want me looking.
It's pretty much just if we go by the road, it's just a straight shot there.
I mean, Will, you seem to have tactical training. A frontal assault on an enemy stronghold when they know you're coming and he knows we're coming. That's not tactically sound. But would you have any suggestions as to what we might look for? What we could try?
Honestly, it's bad, but the diversion is the best bet. Without that, I think our best option isn't to try to be stealthy, to draw attention, so that we can find a spot after they've, pushed out to us.
Make failure part of the plan, and then we don't fail. They fall into our trap. And once they've come to meet us, look for it.
Do you think?
Weak point in
I
the
mean,
armor.
do you think you would?
Ideally, in the situation, he gets cocky. He sends out sort of like the last spy, thinking that one could soften us up before they send another. And we aim for the moment where that slip up happens. He thinks one is enough, and we just drop that person. And before the reinforcements can get there, we slip in.
Okay.
I mean, I honestly think that no matter what we do, he knows that we're coming, right? That's
Yeah.
it. This is it.
This is it.
I was joking before, but we could just ask. Meet him on his terms.
But if he's treating us like a game, that wouldn't be a bad call. We could challenge him, turn it into a game.
Just
his game.
come and meet him at his. I mean, because I don't think he's gonna go anywhere else, but stay there. He's not going to leave Ravenloft unless we are dead at this point.
Yeah, I don't think he's sending more out to us. The last few he's sent after us I think they have a 1 in 4 success rate at this point without risking absolute destruction. I don't think he's going to send any more allies.
He would want to keep them close.
Yeah.
To protect himself as lines of defense. Would it hurt to just ask for an invitation? He might laugh at us, but if he did it, thinking
that would be
we're just
perfect.
stupid.
Like I said, if he's treating it like a game, we can just play the game. If he's willing to bring us in, I mean, what's one more gauntlet before we deal with things, you know?
It's true. And thinking about it, if he does send resources out to strike us down away from
he wouldn't
castle,
do that. He wants to kill us himself.
He does, but he might. I don't know. I'm just playing the odds. But even if he does do that, and that's worst case scenario, is we tell him, hey, we're going to be at the bridge south of Kresk or east of Kresk. Send your wagon and let's fucking do this. And he sends, a couple of his brides. Worst come to worst, we fight them. He's risking at least one of them being destroyed because he knows that we at least have some concept as to how to destroy them now. We proved that yesterday.
And I think someone like this, I think he would rather just see us face to face and feel like he wins by killing us himself. Right? He doesn't want them. He's been sending them to harry us, but not to finish it, I guess.
I think you are... Yeah. I think that tracks. We send the message. We finish this the way that we've always done this. The way the party does things. Just balls out. No concern.
Dumb.
We gotta make him think we're not that smart. And eventually it's gonna work for us.
Like I said, what could it hurt? If he says no and laughs at us, then we just walk, I guess. Or we get there without being accosted too much by other things, and we get there.
Strange to think that this could be the last storm we hear in Barovia. Been here for months.
And if nothing else, if we fail, we get to try again. Right?
There's a little bit of a sobbing chuckle out of Craven. We can't even escape death, right?
Not here.
Not here. Alright, well... We should probably get some good rest tonight.
Maybe, yeah. Help Savid make his bow.
Yeah.
So that they have something.
I work best when I have a level of exhaustion anyway.
don't say that.
Well, speaking of, should I
think he can handle the bow. Maybe don't give yourself exhaustion when we're talking about calling the Dark Lord out on his bullshit tonight, or tomorrow.
I'm gonna go sit with him for an hour or two while he starts working on it and just keep him company, but I'll get plenty of rest tonight, don't worry about me.
Do you think, also I just thought of it, should I finish the book?
How much do you have left?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Do I know how much I have left?
Does it exhaust you to do so?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Will it require you to stay up all night? Because you need to rest. You are our lifeline.
Yeah. You kind of sunk into the book the entire time we were making our way back to your friends.
Yeah.
So
I was trying to finish it. I don't know if I'm close. If I look at the book, could I tell how far or like how much is left? Or not really?
No, No, I'm not going to have you roll anything. You think that you have probably... Let me look at the book and just really quickly guesstimate. 2, 3, 4, 5. You think you've gotten through more than half of the book.
Oh boy. But there's still
a
at
few
least,
sections left, yeah.
Do you think it would change anything?
We took a day here for you to read it. Maybe. I could have critical information, the information you were able to discern from your previous readings about the elevator, and that it is vital. But it does also carry risk. This place is safe at the moment, but I don't know. I can
For how
only
long?
see him scrying on me for 1 hour of the day. I did it this morning, so I don't know if he's seen that we've arrived here, and there could be agents in the woods waiting right now. I don't know how long we have, and the longer we stay here, the more we draw the target here. But it also does provide you that boon, so logically speaking, we should stay. I should help Savid craft something that he can utilize in their protection. You should read the book. Will should provide reconnaissance and defense alongside Frere. And we should try to keep this place as safe as possible. But it does risk everything.
If we're already talking about doing what he wants anyway, why don't you make it like an official challenge? Why don't you do your sending, your message, whatever it is.
Tell
And
tell him to pick us up in a couple days.
Like pistols at dawn sort of deal. Give him like a finite. We're coming at this time, like X amount of days from now, to give you time to read through the book.
Right. Yeah, I mean, maybe if I told him that we'd be ready to talk in 2 days, maybe then he would wait.
Depends on how bruised his ego is, I suppose. I assume it's rather bruised, and I don't know how that's going to make him react.
I just feel like with everything that we've done for him, or to him, I guess, for him to throw a pack of werewolves at us and kill us, that seems a little anticlimactic, right?
It is true, but we also did just almost kill a companion he's had for a very long time. Permanently. I don't know how safe he's playing it, how smart he's playing it. The smart move would absolutely be strike us down with whatever he can, bring all force to bear that isn't himself, and murder us now. But his ego, you guys are very correct. He does probably want to kill us himself.
The big thing is, based on everything we've seen, it's not that he would send things to kill us. He would send things to be a pain in everyone's ass and cause problems until we, get fed up and come to him. That's why I'm saying it might not be a bad idea to just issue that challenge.
I do think that's a good idea. If he knows that we're ready, but we just need like another day to prepare, he could give us that, right? What should I ask for? 2 days, and then pick us up on Spalish Road?
I mean,
noon of the third day?
Account for however long you need to read however much of the book you still intend to read.
And some recovery time so that you can rest afterwards.
Yeah.
And also, we need to weigh that with the more time we ask for, the less likely he's going to be to give that much.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect more than like 2 to 3 days. Because Cray is absolutely right. We did slap around one of his husband wives, so I don't think he's going to be too through. As much as he's enjoying the game, like all of this is just a game to him. I don't know how willing he is to put up with the bullshit for too long at this point.
Mm-hmm. I wish we could just talk, because I could send him a message in 25 words.
Tell him.
Should I tell him to just come talk?
Here?
Well,
I mean, if he came here alone, the 5 of us, we...
no.
Right, I
think
don't know
that
if
would
you've
be
been looking at the chat, but I did send you a thing a little while earlier.
Oh.
Who?
While you were discussing things.
Oh, no. Oh. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
What was that in reaction to? What point did I hear it?
At about the point where you were like, he might send everything down on us and kill us. That would be the quickest and the smartest way.
Yeah, my Roll20 wasn't pinging.
Whoops.
As he says that, oh, no, he's not. His ego's definitely at play, and Despair, you can just talk. He's listening.
Oh. Okay. I mean, is there a way for you to if not come here, so that I could at least hear you, so that we could have a two-sided conversation? We won't do anything, I promise.
Truce.
Seriously, just for a minute, and she'll kind of wander out.
The Stone of Scrying doesn't prevent you from receiving sendings, right? I don't think it does, because he's sent you before.
No, it's just divination magic.
It's just divination magic. In your head specifically, Des, you hear, oh no, I don't think we need to go that far. I do appreciate your forthrightness.
Even an illusion? No? Alright, well then just listen. We wanna finish this as much as you do. We're willing to talk, we're willing to fight, we're even willing to do it on your grounds. We'll come to you. We just need a couple days to prepare and get ready. Because you want to fight us at our strength, at our strongest. You don't want to just beat us when we're already down.
Really don't want to fight me with my pants off. It's just not pleasant for anyone.
That's just
No one's
boring.
gonna have a good time.
You know where we are. We won't put up a fuss. You don't have to kill anybody else to get a rise out of us. Give us 2-3 days, and then send a carriage here, and we'll come talk.
There's a pause. And then finally, the voice filters back into your head, Des, and he goes, I think that can be arranged. I like your approach. I don't think I've ever said this, Des, but I do respect you in a way. And then there's a pause as the sending re-uploads, essentially, because he's running out of words.
End of telegraph.
Telegraph. And he goes, very well, this will be fun. Some days for you to prepare, some days for me to prepare. It seems more than fair. Well, bring your best then, and I, too, shall bring mine.
Okay. See you soon.
Bye, sweetie. Love you.
She just looks over at Crane and nods, and he said that sounds good.
Oh. Boy, that doesn't make me feel better.
I mean, it almost kind of does for me. A little bit. At least we know what's coming and when it's coming. It gives me a little bit of
Well, we know
comfort,
when
actually.
it's coming. We don't really know what's coming.
I feel like being petty and just using my token to message what's his face, just to bug him.
Bother Escher.
You can bother Escher if you want.
And just be like, so
You
what are
already
you
have.
doing? What are you wearing?
What are you wearing?
Is it nice and sexy? Is it just for me,
Just out
or
of
is it just for
curiosity.
Strahd?
Just out of curiosity, is there any way to remove the token binding? Like by remove curse or anything?
It doesn't specify.
That's the beauty of homebrew, is
I
a lot of
know.
shit gets
Yeah.
overlooked.
That would be up to you to decide, I suppose.
Yeah, whether it's a curse or...
You don't see it, but currently Escher is just getting up with a giant headache and he immediately just goes, I need a cleric! Or an exorcist! One of the two!
Or both.
I just start whispering into the token, just be like, just tell me, what are you wearing?
God,
You close?
I don't know who to feel worse for.
But yeah, I don't know.
This is fun.
In a weird way, I don't know if I'm ready, but it's about as good as we're gonna get, right?
I think it's better than we could have hoped for.
We have
Go read.
a couple days. Tonight, I think we should just hang out, right? Spend time with people. I'll read the book tomorrow. I also want to don't tell the others, but last time that we slept and I was tired and we slept and I'm still tired.
Okay.
And I hope that tonight it goes away.
Why didn't you tell us, Steph?
No, I mean, I know from personal experience that there is powerful restorative magic capable of making you feel that tired go away.
We don't have the money for that.
If it doesn't
Or
go
the
away,
resources.
if it doesn't go away tomorrow, that's it'll be worth it. We need to have everybody fighting shape.
Okay. We have 1 diamond left.
I know.
That's it.
I know. I get it. I wish we had better options. I'll talk to Davy and see if, by miracle, maybe, but I doubt it. Maybe Flora found one in the garden.
Ha.
You know,
A forest diamond.
just a forest diamond. You know.
Oh, the kind that grow under trees, yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't
No,
you?
Flora just comes back
technically-
to be like, I have this amber.
Yes.
Technically, we only need 100 GP of diamond dust, so I have a 500 diamond.
Yeah.
Could do it a couple times, actually.
Just grind it down into dust.
I've-
It's really easy to break diamonds. No problem.
I
Yeah.
have magical tinker's tools. They'll definitely do the job.
Okay. Well, here.
It's fine.
Part of the stuff tonight, just get that ready.
I'm gonna get.
I'm
Savita
sure I'll
bow
need at
made.
least 1 or 2. Yeah, make
I'll
Savita
get-
bow.
Should I turn this diamond into diamond dust, all of it? Or should I try to preserve some of its quality? I don't know how that will go, because, as soon as I start grinding it, the whole cut, the clarity,
Yeah.
do we care about the whole diamond, or do we
I
care about the
think-
individual uses of restoration?
I think you should just grind the whole thing. If we get into a situation where I would need it for one of the other things, I don't think we'd have a chance.
Okay. I agree.
Okay.
I'll take the 500 gold diamond. I think you need to go talk to Savid. Be with him. He's missed you so much. He's doted on that bird so much since you've been gone.
Yeah.
I'll get things
Just
taken care of. You
help him make a bow, and after you're done, let me know.
I'll go make him a bow. I got that. That's easy. That's nothing. Do that in my sleep. You go just...
I was gonna go talk to Eris first about something.
Sabine's been demoted.
Either way, touch base with him. Spend time.
I will.
Touch base with someone.
I'm gonna go grind up, and he kind of throws the diamond up like a baseball. I'm gonna go grind up a diamond.
Oh, things that only make sense in D&D.
I mean, he does. He has magical tinker's tools. They're what he uses as his casting focus, and he uses them to craft everything. So I have all sorts of expertises with the tools as well.
Will, I will say, since you've been kind of kept out of the conversation since they went outside, while you're sitting there and outside you can hear the pitter-patter of the storm, you're kind of beginning to think back on it. And you're fairly certain that that's the same storm that you saw over Lake Bear Talk in the morning when you were leaving. And you're like, huh, that's a really fast traveling storm that has caught up to us. That seems like it's probably fine.
Everything's fine. The weather can wait its turn.
So just kind of casually point that out to Freyr, since they're still just chilling in there. He's just been kind of like sharpening that dagger this whole time. Just said that he's got a melee weapon ready, just in the off chance that we're in like a 4 foot by 4 foot cube.
This wouldn't have anything to do with those dark gods they were talking about, right?
I really hope not, because we can only deal with time.
Really,
like I said, it can wait.
Really don't know what to tell you.
You guys were the ones that went window shopping and bought yourself more problems.
Oh God, so many problems. We were like, this place is terrible. Let's quadruple it.
Can I step out like towards one of the doors to see what it's looking like? Does it look like just like a regular storm? Like if I step in here to check out here, is it just like raining or?
It was raining earlier, but now as you kind of step out, immediately flashing over in the distance above the trees, you see a bolt of lightning break through, and it doesn't. It's interesting. Roll me a perception check.
Rolled a 2 before. Let's see if I can get a 1.
Oh!
Oh my
Other side
God.
of the phone.
You can see Strahd.
Wow. What do I even say for that? Okay. As you
tell
open
us
the door,
all your secrets.
I tell you all the secrets. You open the door, and immediately you see a lightning bolt fall in the distance onto a forest. Not directly in front of you or anything, just you're in very direct eye line of it. And there is a resonance of recognition within you that you know is not your own, that is instead Carter's. For a brief moment, your connection with the spirit that used to be Carter has a memory kind of suddenly ram into your head, for lack of a better word, of a ship upon a stormy ocean with various lightning bolt spirits upon it. It is that same sort of weird, jagged lightning. You are not on a ship now, and as you blink your eyes kind of a couple of times, the vision clears. But you know that this storm has something to do with Zrinhala. And in the distance, for just a moment, as you go into this kind of, hyper-perceptive mode of this recognition, you hear a single piercing howl.
Why?
Will's gonna like take his mask and pull it to one side just so that he can rub his temples. Like,
What's wrong?
he'll come walking back like as he's sliding the mask in. Just you might need to get your friends. Some bad news. It looks like Carter's bill is still pulling some weight.
I pull out the tokens. Guys, you might want to come in here.
You know, he pokes his head back in. We were just out in the hallway. We were just about.
We got a problem that involves Carter, apparently.
What's going
What do
on?
you mean, Carter?
He kind of steps through the door right here and like points over his shoulder with a thumb out towards the storm, and just kind of calmly is like, definitely resonated with your boy. Very, very much in line with Zernhala. And I kind of, riding the high of that recognition, heard a very distinct howl. So, there might be a problem. Might be agnostic of Strahd in this moment.
Gray will just sort of like adjust the weapons on his back.
I mean, what do we do?
We step out. We meet him.
And do what?
Talk.
Question:
See,
Would we have gotten a short rest at any point in this time?
Say for dinner, yeah, you could take a short rest.
Okay, good. I can get my spells back. I can get some HP back because I was missing HP.
It might not be a fight. You never know. You know.
I'm still being safe.
Hopefully not.
Want to chat.
We just want to talk. We just want to talk.
We just want to talk. All right. I need to.
I just want to shoot him with lightning. I just want to talk.
Oh, I'm 1 over. Perfect.
Oh,
Come on.
okay.
Come on. Trying to. Okay, so it's 61. Right, there we go. I was short like 4 hit points. So annoying. But he'll just like adjust the swords. You guys can stay hidden here if you want. Keep an eye on things through a cracked door, through a window from top floor. Especially you, Will, from wherever you'd be most useful. I can step out there alone, or looks over
I
at
can come
Despair.
with.
Do this together.
We should be there together.
Let's go meet him. What's become of our friend?
Yeah.
Crail step out, and he'll let Mac kind of bring up the rear behind Despair. And it's up to Frere whether or not you follow, because Cray's mildly indifferent as to what you do right now. He just knows that like Will's going to be more useful on the second floor, and he doesn't know whether you want to actually like be in a vulnerable position for this.
I'll just be here.
There's a nod of solidarity as everybody kind of steps out. All right then. Jernhala!
I've come to
Know you're here.
bargain.
I know you're riding my friend's meat. What do you
Meat.
want?
Gross.
Meat. As you step out, you look towards where Will is pointing you. And after a while, although you have no resonance, no recognition that is inherent to Carter, you still see something. For a while, it is silent, but you know you've been heard because further up north, in the forest where you haven't walked through that patch of forest, but you've walked next to it, where the storm has been rolling in from, there is suddenly several bolts of lightning that come down from the sky and just basically look like they're about to demolish an entire clearing of forest, except as they drop and you hear that thunderclap that is so loud it almost essentially breaks your eardrums. You see a burning light. Not burning, as you would expect, with lightning coming down upon trees and, literally setting them on fire. It is almost as if the electricity is preventing that, and instead there's a whole section inside the forest that is now just ablaze with a white, sickly, like, blue light.
It seemed to be moving if we give it a few seconds, like 30
It
seconds.
is undulating and pulsing, almost like heartbeat, but it is not moving toward you.
That's where we go then. Everybody ready?
Yeah, let's get our lightning on.
Worst that could happen.
Just want to talk.
Close some chapters, huh?
Hopefully.
And Cray will just start. I don't know which direction it was. I'm just gonna guess that way. Cray will just start,
Okay.
or I don't know, whichever way. He'll just start walking,
Mhm.
and he'll have
That's fine.
Mac just pad along, heavily behind everyone. Probably not
Alright.
behind Will. He'll probably let Will bring up the rear if Will wants to. It depends on how you want to travel, whether you're with us or like how, however you want.
We'll probably stay with everyone, but not like right on top. He's probably going to stagger with Matt, kind of bringing up the rear at a slightly different angle. That way, we can cover a lot of ground, and if we see something coming up, we can deal with it.
Trapezoid party shape,
Party
Yeah.
shape. Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Prayer in the middle, our caster in the middle, our cleric and battlesmith at the front line.
Absolutely. All right.
All right, now what I do know about Strahd is this: when he hits you with the lightning, it fucking hurts. So try not to get hit with too much
Like
of it.
lightning?
Hmm?
It feels like lightning?
It does, except more lightning-y than just normal lightning. It's really just not good. I've been hit by like electricity working with stuff, but lightning's a whole different thing than like the electricity that a magical stone or something can create. As it's going to be great. Let's hope he just wants to talk.
We're just gonna talk.
We're just going to talk.
We're just
We
gonna
just
talk.
want to talk.
Just want to talk to you.
Did
Alright.
Moss come out with us?
I guess that's up to you. He is kind of like, as you're going out, he has been laying under like a wine thing. Essentially.
You must know.
I didn't really
Essentially
think
attempting
about
to
him.
drown himself.
He's
But
trying
then
so hard, dude. He just needs a little bit of a buzz.
he does glance at you as you all begin to file out, and he's like, I heard something about a storm. You good? You need help? What's going on?
Us, Carter's friend, we think probably
Probably Carter.
is probably what's left
Also.
of Carter and Zrenhala. It's up to you. Possible danger, well, definite danger, possible death, but could definitely be the turning tide if we do come to blows.
Might be a zombie werewolf if that piques your interest.
Kind of like Dumas is like, yeah, okay. May as well. All right. You guys walk for a little bit, about 10-15 minutes, through the winery, through the vineyards, and up towards the forest line. It is not hard to discern where to go. As the storm continues raging, all of your clothes are soaked. You're all completely wet. You almost feel, those of you especially who are wearing metal armor, plating,
Right.
or scale armor or otherwise, you almost feel this weird static electricity clinging to you, as if it is permeating everything. You're walking forward, and before you even get even that close to it, you begin to see light. It happens occasionally, every once in a while. There's a tree that almost seems to be stuck in that moment where lightning hits it and lights it up, and it is about to crack and begin to burn, but somehow something is stopping it, and it is literally just being hypercharged, which is really weird because it's wood and it should not.
Yeah, that's a flex.
And at first it's just a couple of them, and then there's more and more, until you realize this entire area has been essentially, like, charged. And you come out to what is not a clearing necessarily, because it didn't used to be, but it is a rocky crag, and on top of it, one of the largest trees that you've ever seen. Let me actually transfer you to a new map.
I mean, that means that this has definite chances of coming to blows, but yes, map.
I mean, I think it's just a cool map, and I just want to show you the map, to be honest. You don't have to fight him.
Hopefully
We'll
not.
see.
I'd
We'll
rather
see.
not.
We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Depends on what he wants. Like, it really depends.
Right? What do you want? Like, it's not our fault you died. If you want to fight somebody, fight Strahd.
He's the one who sent the avalanche.
Right? I was gonna bring him back.
Who's in front? What's your marching order?
I think it's pretty much how we're like laid out on the farm, except
Just-
like
You kind of moved us. Me and Matt were staggered off to the back so that we were kind of.
Well, Mac would be ahead of.
Yeah, Mac's probably like there-ish.
Cray's definitely like in front, but Des is like right at his elbow.
Okay. All right. Oh, okay. I see. You're in a little like weird bow formation, essentially.
Yeah,
a little bit, yeah.
It's like,
okay. I will say that the path narrows a little bit, and as you get closer, let's see. Let me just double check to make sure. Sorry, I'm just making this map work.
For murder.
That was how I was imagining this, with prayer and Demons right there in the middle. Yep.
All right. Well, it's map time. Just for funsies. Just for funsies. You guys know I love maps.
Ooh. Oh, this place is horrible.
Oh my god.
Amazing.
Yeah.
It's so pixelated. Okay, there it is. Oh my god.
And as you approach, the pathway kind of narrows because this is a forest. It's not a clearing, so it's a little bit hilly. And you have to go past a couple of rocks, but out before you, you see a much taller crag upon which sits a single hypercharged tree. And as you approach, you see a hulkling form, much larger than what you even expected, step out towards you. It is not a human. It is a gigantic wolf. And it looks both parts animated and reanimated and rotten.
Ew.
The fur is almost bright yellow, an unnatural color that is partially what you remember of Carter's hair, because he was a gigantic blonde werewolf. And I have sent a little picture to the chat, if that would interest you.
Yeah, I see that.
How big, like, are we talking direwolf size?
Or bigger.
Huge, large?
Like huge.
Huge, okay, so 3x3. Okay.
Or large, rather.
Large, okay, so pretty much what his werewolf form
What his werewolf form was, yes.
Okay.
A little, I would say probably a little bit bigger, simply because of around his neck there is almost like a living collar bolt, like full of lightning. You know those collars that sheepdogs wear, where they're like covered in spikes to prevent the wolves from getting them? It is kind of reminiscent of that, except it is made completely of electricity and is constantly crackling all around it. The way it moves is not entirely natural, but its eyes track you as you approach, and it kind of crouches up from its high point and peers at you expectantly. It knows who you are. It knows what you've come from, or like what you've come for.
I'm so sorry, my friend. What do you want, Renala?
There's a brief pause, and then you hear some rocks crumble as the claws dig in and they kind of fall off of this little stand that he's put himself on. You hear a voice not even emanating from the wolf, but inside all of your heads, kind of echoing inside of it. It is raspy. I guess none of you have actually talked to Zrenha. I think it was primarily Carter who's
Just
ever
Carter,
heard
yeah.
his voice.
Mhm.
And this is funny because I absolutely do not remember what the voice was from Zernhala, so we're just going to improvise.
Hell yeah.
But you hear it kind of scratch. It's echoey. It's literally just like thunder and extremely too loud between your ears. Just go, you are one of the ones that came into the temple with them. And you realize, Cray, that he's actually talking to you.
Oh yeah, I'm the only one who was there.
Mhm.
You carry in you another.
I did. I don't anymore.
You see the eyes kind of narrow a little bit, and it gives a small sniff and kind of tilts its head to the side, but says nothing to that. It kind of
Is that
scans its eyes, glances at Will, pauses on Will, and you see its weird mouth kind of, its lips or what remains of them curls back a little bit. Go ahead.
I mean, at that, Will's got his bow out already. There's just like a bright light because he's still got that Rite of Dawn active, so he's just, it's
Yeah.
a sea of electricity. There's a giant beacon of radiant light just leveled at him because it seems like it was going to attack. Will's just getting defensive and ready for whatever.
Very fair.
We don't want to hurt you. What? Why? Why? What are you here for?
It lowers its head and it speaks again, and it is very clearly speaking to Cray, eerily enough, despite the fact that all of you hear it. It goes, I have come to see what you plan to do. There are 3 now that have fled the prison that was made for us. The first owns the land, but 2 more have stepped up to the plate. Before I could grow to my full strength, this body decided to die, and it kind of snaps its teeth a little bit.
We were gonna fix it. Didn't get a chance.
Kind of glances at you, Des. And then it slowly hops down, it leaps down off of this platform and begins to slowly crawl forward towards all of you. Not in a menacing, well, it's inherently menacing,
Yeah,
but
it's kind of terrifying.
It's a zombie
Yeah.
werewolf covered in lightning. There's no way
Right.
it's not going to be menacing.
but like it's clearly not approaching to like immediately attack. It is just getting closer to make a point, at least for now.
I wanted to bring him back more than anything.
We're sorry. You dug your way out of that ice and snow, and I know that dig. I dug that dig. I don't know what we plan to do. I don't know what we're going to do about you, or Chromata, or Vampire. It's all a bit above my pay grade at this point. But what we're doing right now is to take care of whatever avatar Vampire has attached himself to. Strahd, that one that freed him. That's our goal.
The blue eyes that are trained on you, Cray, flash a little bit brighter, and it seems to grin. It goes, you plan to destroy Vampire, to dethrone him.
If we can. Us
Gonna try.
definitely among the list of things to do. We're pretty sure that we can take care of Strahd. That one is going to be tricky, but we've got the magic and we've got the knowledge. Anything that you might be able to reveal on the condition of those like you and how we could permanently put an end to Vampire would be useful.
Roll a persuasion check.
Guidance.
Watcha.
I'll help a little. Oh no.
That's a
D4.
9. I can get that. Oh no, I don't have any more flashes. I used them all that morning with what's his name? Yeah, so
Sir.
D4.
You can roll a
Never roll well.
D4.
It's a 13.
There you go.
13, okay.
Something.
It seems to consider it. Kind of glances over at Des, glances over at Will again. And goes, "It is true that you were the ones that made him weak. But it is also true that you have had your uses." It crawls around and it actually leaps up onto this rock in order to more effectively tower over you. And it seems to consider something.
I'm just like standing in front of Dumas while I'm like holding Dumas behind me.
Dumas keeps on trying to like glance out from behind you and from under your legs, being like, "I can't see."
Yes.
It peers down at you. It glances at Will, who still has an arrow notched, I'm presuming, and ready to go.
Oh yeah. As it moved, he kept the arrow trained on him, and even now while he's up there, he still has it ready to go if things go sideways. He's not doing anything. Just like Drenhala right now, he's just making a point that he's not just gonna let something happen.
Fair enough. It seems to grin a little bit at this too and goes, "I think this can work in my favor. Know this. The chained will always remain chained. But there is a pecking order. And if you remove Vampire, well, that might grant you some powers for a short time over it, if you remove the vessel, that is. But the vessel itself is merely that, a vessel. Just like this is," and it kind of shrugs its shoulders and rolls itself, almost like kind of feeling out this weird half-zombie wolf body that it wears. And then it looks at Cray, and again you hear the piercing stare and go, "Just like you are, or were. I do not bother to know.
I know.
However, know this. If, when you remove Vampire, you are still a contender for the top spot, I will return. But if you remove Vampire for me and let me have this land for myself, or better, offer me a way out, perhaps we can work out something."
I don't know how to do any of that, honestly. You know,
It kind of rolls its shoulders again, and this time it almost looks like a shrug. Like, unfortunately, even with a 13 persuasion,
yeah.
it's kind of like,
It's not
well,
a great persuasion.
You think roll me an insight.
Okay.
Or anybody can roll an insight at this point.
I want an insight. Oh,
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Oh yeah, dude.
okay. Oh, yes.
Inside. Boop.
Good roll, good roll.
Check the undead wolf with the dark god name.
Yay.
Above the table, how mad would everyone be if I offered to let him live in my sword?
Pissed.
Can you imagine? Des, you know, you were not there when they made these dark deals, and you don't know the backstory, but you are fairly certain that this thing knows more than it is willing to tell, and you think it might have a good, like, the reason being that if it somehow surrenders the secrets to perhaps subduing Vampire, it would also be, it would also be a way to subdue this thing.
My deal initially was to get Cremata out of this land. That's what I offered him, an escape. He offered me the keys to that escape. He just couldn't turn the key himself in the lock, being trapped in amber, as I'm sure you're familiar. I don't know whether that was the right thing to offer him. And I don't know yet whether or not releasing all of you, all of us, from Barovia is the right choice. I don't even know how to do it. I don't even know if I can kill Vampire. We can kill Vampire. I will say that acts of good faith to prove to us that you don't mean true ill will and just want a chance at freedom, that will earn you a lot of credit in the long run. And if we do manage one day to strike down Vampire without your aid or Cremata's aid, be he listening wherever he fucking is at the moment, if that does not free us from this land, then it is you that binds us here. And if you have not been friend to us at that point, you will be foe. And if we have figured it out, then we'll have figured it out.
When you say that, it kind of rolls back its... Like, it throws back its head, and you hear weird chortling. And as he does this, thunder rolls, as if an accompaniment, and it finally looks back down at you, and he goes, "Were I in control of this land, I would not take so much time to play with my food. You are lucky, but perhaps that luck can at least help you get rid of the vampire. Pray that will be enough to finish what you all started when you took me and that other fool with too many words out of there." And he turns around and he leaps off of the rock and he goes back over here. And he goes, "Very well. I'll let you go for now. Your little friend once told me that you all helped him in ways I did not understand back then, but I think I see the uses now. I can be patient. The storm can build."
Next time we meet, friend?
I mean, why don't you just go fight Vampire yourself?
The pecking order wouldn't have been established if they hadn't already tried that.
You could always try again.
He kind of glances over and he seems to be looking at the storm and he goes, "I have power enough to do this, but he has power enough to control this entire demiplane. The reason you're alive is because he wants to end you on his terms. Nothing more than that. The same may well be true for me."
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, if he's not willing to help us in any way besides not fighting, I don't know what else.
Yeah.
We really didn't learn anything else, did we?
Ray's just kind of standing there with a sad look on his face. He just looks sad.
We're the 13 persuasion. I'm afraid that's
no. I know. It's all fine. Like it's just trying to think of
your friend's body is walking around, being puppeted by an evil deity.
She whispers to Cray, "Just I could try to do the thing that I did to him, but he might get mad about that."
I want our friend back, but don't know. Again, Drinhala, do you know what happened to Cremata? Can you sense him or Vampire in any way here within this land? Are you guys linked at all, or is it all just kind of you are what you are?
Can you put us in a conference call?
I mean, I'm just curious what happened to him because, like, it, I don't know. I wasn't quite sure on the specifics, but it seemed like he needed something to, ride around in. He couldn't just be discorporealized. But
Roll me another persuasion check.
come on, dice. 22.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Better.
Yeah, dude. Much better.
The wolf, who is now kind of like laying Lion King style on this larger rock, looking down at all of you in a rather godly manner, kind of snorts and almost seems to consider for a second, and then he goes, "If I knew, I would have gotten rid of him myself. You've done something to him. You've made his presence smaller. I sensed him within you. And I did not want to challenge that when I was in such poor form. But now he seems to be significantly weakened.
It's comforting.
I don't know what you did. I don't know how long it will last. But know that we are not easily gotten rid of.
No.
And if I know that poor bastard, he is not fool enough to completely disappear, and he knows how to hide his presence. So I would be careful if I were you. And if he ever comes back, tell him he will still have to reckon with me.
How did you all become what you are? Kuramata was once a man, like me. Were you? Or...
Kind of chuckles and he goes, "Did he tell you that?"
showed me the life.
Did he show you the life that he lived? Or did he show you a life that he took?
But it was his, but I don't know. It was all a lie. How do I
Ramata,
know you're not lying?
we are all a part of the world. Just like any other things that call themselves gods or pretend to be greater than they are. We are simply a larger part of the world. A different part. Humans come up with words for things that don't necessarily exist physically. Things like freedom or love or any of that other riffraff. Just because they cannot be felt with your bare hands does not mean they don't exist. I am the storm. And Cremata was the mind. But he splintered. He's like that, breaking apart and coming back together. He likes to grow, form connections. I know nothing of that. I only know that I want to roll across the skies and destroy what I can and become more powerful. Glances back at Will again, almost as if he senses Carter within that form somewhere. Kind of chuckles a little bit and goes, "We had a plan, didn't we? Perhaps someday I will get mine."
I don't like him.
Until we next meet then, Drenala, and try to keep that at least not any more destroyed. Maybe one day we can have our friend back.
You see him make a face that you can't quite interpret. And then he rises again, but he doesn't try to jump towards you or move again. He's just standing, almost seeing you off.
Yeah, he's just not going to sit while we leave, so. Cray will just nod at him, kind of nod over to Will, and all right, Des, let's go. No bringing him home tonight.
All right. I mean, like I said, I could try. It might make him mad at us, though.
I stand by whatever decision you want to make. He's your brother just as mine.
Yeah, this is the exact type of thing that Will would normally hunt. So, like, he's definitely not going to stop you if that's your decision.
Yeah. If you want to try it and it makes him mad and he attacks us, Cray will fight for whatever decision you make.
It's like, because
He's trying
it
to make
doesn't.
this.
It just doesn't seem like a good idea to just let. I mean, because no matter what he's saying, just like no matter what, like we beat Vampire, whatever, and then he's just gonna take over and make things worse.
Yeah, we know that.
So
It's up to you.
oh god.
We definitely knew all of these things. They were locked up for a reason. It wasn't like we were thinking they were good. So now it's just like they're not even trying to hide it or downplay it as much.
Right.
They were at least playing nice before. They're not playing nice anymore.
Yeah.
The chum hit the water, and now the sharks are out. It's just
right. I might try. I'm just trying to see if I have anything that might help me, like, Rose does. But I probably don't. Out of characters, or anything you could think of? Not really. Nothing to give him, like, disadvantage or negative, or
not that I could think of.
Just hope.
Yep. At this point, this is a knee-jerk reaction from despair, and it's either going to work or it's not, and then we're either going to fight or we're not.
All right.
I support whatever you do, but if you die, I am so sorry.
What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah.
Right. We could do it, right?
Punched by a platinum golem for 41 damage. We can handle it.
Is that your way of saying maybe we shouldn't because we might die?
Because that happened and you didn't die.
No, I was talking to Chekhov.
Oh, okay.
It's up to you guys. You guys know how many spell slots you have. I haven't actually technically taken a look, but I know you already fought Strahd today. Well, chased him out of town,
right?
Out of camp. It's up to you. It's up to you. You don't know what this thing is. You don't know what it's capable of.
The only thing we know is it's a zombie werewolf,
right.
which is good for Will. That means it's undead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has a lightning collar, which is dope, but also kind of scary.
Yeah,
I'm down to clown.
Yeah, Will fully support. He is essentially just a passenger along for the ride. His entire goal is to fuck Strahd up, precisely because that's what his whole order does. So this is right up his alley. Also, especially after he was like, "If you kill Strahd and Vampire, I'm probably gonna take." That was an indicator that. Well, now I'm probably going to have a second job. I got overtime now.
They said that, and Cray was like, yep, that's pretty much what I figured was going to happen. They're just going to vie for control here.
And probably still try to murder us.
Mm-hmm. Probably, because we'll be powerful enough to threaten them.
He openly said that he wouldn't spend as much time playing with his food.
Exactly. So. That was the first thing. It was just like, all right, I'm just going to do it.
Okay.
He's just within 60 feet, too.
Yep.
Oh, is he? Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he is just barely.
Yep. Just gonna do it. Fuck it.
Okay, what's your spell save DC?
It is 17.
17. Okay, and it's a what? A charisma?
Charisma
Charisma.
save.
Yes.
Okay. Well, here goes nothing. Oh man.
Come on, that one for us, Chekhov. You know you want to.
Right? Did it
Oh
once, we
my
can do it again.
fucking god.
Did you do it?
Do
Did you do
again,
it? Did you do
please.
it? Did you do it?
Did you not won? Did you?
Did you? Did you?
Because
Did you?
we've not
Say
won
it.
a lot tonight,
Say
and it fucks things up a lot.
Say it.
Yes!
Oh, good. Get out of here.
They're
You're in a
banisher
hollow.
of gods.
Now here's the thing that you have to understand.
He has legendary resistances.
No. Nope. He doesn't.
He does. I'm not going to use this for this because this is interesting. The fact that you've done this, I want to. It's not the same as Chromata. Chromata was specifically trapped in that fucking sword, and you banished it from the sword. It is no longer trapped. It is literally just using Carter's werewolf body as a little like minivan to get around in.
Is it the same with Seraph and his god?
Do I? Shh, don't worry about it. Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Cinematically, what happens is that as you are beginning to use a card, as you are all beginning to walk away, I would say, Cray, you're kind of walking forward at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Des turns around and time slows down. Is there? Yeah, there's a an item distasteful to the target. What is an item that you use to cast banishment? What do you withdraw to show to this entity in this moment?
I got silver shit.
You got silver shit? Okay.
That should, or holy water. I've got a bottle of holy water.
Okay.
Your holy symbol being.
Yeah, my holy symbol of the raven, who
is it silver?
Absolutely against. We never really decided what it was.
Okay.
But yeah, like my holy symbol, who is like, against the concept of undead. We'll do that.
I don't have a separate map for this, but as you turn and withdraw, and within a moment, time slows down as the eyes of this entity open wide. And then as your spell bursts out from your fingertips and rockets into it, you don't see it move so much as you just see the light dim. And suddenly, like little fizzling lights, all of the trees that were infected with this lightning here suddenly begin to wink out. This happens so quickly that you guys don't even realize what the hell is happening until you also realize that the storm has suddenly stopped. You no longer hear the rumbling thunder. And this wolf just suddenly grows a lot less bright. It's like losing all of its underlighting that it has in its fur. It looked like a fucking Christmas tree lit up. And it just goes dull and just collapses on top of this thing. Like completely limp. And it is dark and there is nothing.
Sorry,
and
Carter.
all of you all just go, wait, what?
Would just Des?
That is round 1 of the 6 rounds that you have.
Oh, no. What did you?
Did you do?
What did you do?
Did you do the same thing that you did with Cray?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I gotta fucking. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. How?
Will's gonna slip into Carter for a moment, and you're just gonna hear, "She got him."
She did. You did. You sent him away. Is
She's just
his
gonna
body
start
still
running
there?
forward.
Yeah.
I'd be
Cray
careful. I'm
has
touching.
the diamond in his hand. Des, we could. I mean,
Could you?
the fact that we didn't have his body was what was preventing it. We have, hold the diamond out. We have
Bring him
one.
back.
Good.
Oh no, is Earth gonna have to
Would it?
play 2 characters?
Everyone's got 2 characters now.
The one thing that this party does is we do not let each other go.
Will's just on top of this rock, ready, because even as we were leaving, he wasn't walking; he was backing away with the bow still leveled at the wolf. So
Right.
he's still on alert right now.
I will say,
Round 3, she grabs the diamond and climbs up to the wolf.
Okay, that's going to be round. So we're at the top of round 4. I need everybody to roll initiative just to make this fair.
That's fair.
We're gonna have to wrap this up pretty soon because I have an early start
Yes,
tomorrow.
I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Monster.
I just want to see how this plays out. We might be starting the next session with a fight.
Yeah.
That
I can't
seems-
add my token. I didn't click it by accident, but
Oops.
if you could just add me, I can type the number in. I rolled a 9.
Can't believe that fucking worked.
Can't believe you rolled a 1
Power of the net one.
again.
Yeah. Power of the net one, baby.
Yeah. Just like, okay, quickly before the top of the round, out of character, do I raise dead on him or do I gentle repose in hopes that he can't reanimate his corpse because it can't become undead?
Raise Dead has a 1 hour casting time. Gentle Repose is 1 action. So it'll take you,
Problem
it'll take you
solved.
an hour to actually cast the spell. Raise Dead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ask a question, get an answer. I like it.
I guess.
I don't
yeah,
know what the
and
best choice is in that. I don't know whether that's going to take be fully useful, but he doesn't have the circlet of lasting on anymore, so.
Yeah. Because the thing is that I'm pretty sure the 6th round is him coming back from banishment.
Yeah, but we don't really know that metagame wise.
I know,
Yeah.
But
But speaking
we're
of it,
assuming.
above table, yeah, you would know that it's going to take you an hour to cast Raise Dead.
Okay.
So knowing that it would take an hour, or that you could just lock the decay and stop the reanimation with that'll be
Right.
up to you to decide. So
that would be okay. That would be the start then.
but it is.
Okay. So, Freyr, are you doing anything? This is round 4, by the way, so...
I will
Just so I don't
just
forget.
hold Eldritch Blast, and
You are holding Eldritch Blast.
that'll just
Okay.
be what I'm doing every turn, until it starts glowing back into lightning.
Okay. Will, what are you doing? You're on top of this rock.
Yeah, basically the same thing. He's at the ready if it looks like it's getting back up and covered in lightning, and probably not going to be happy with getting shunted temporarily. He's going to fire, but he's just going to hold an attack each round if something goes sideways.
Okay. Cray, what are you doing?
Cray will use his action to kick his winged boots on, and then just sort of drift up to the other side of the downed wolf. And he's just going to crouch
Okay.
down next to it and just sort of put his hand on it, like, all right, just stay out of there long enough for us to get our friend back.
Even as your hand touches it, despite the fact that it is a completely still and lifeless body, there's still some remaining static that jumps between it and your hand. It doesn't take away any hit points or anything, but you feel that this thing is not completely out of it. The banishment is, as you've guessed correctly, temporary. It is in a stasis. All right, Dumas is probably going to get on this smaller rock. Because Dumas do what Dumas do.
Power
Yes.
move.
All right. Gentle repose.
Okay. It is a Necromancy 2 spell. Spell save DC 17. Okay.
I don't know if
It doesn't
Can
really
you
have a save. It
save
just
It
from
adds
doesn't
it.
really have a
too?
save.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. It is basically like, God, I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Because it is not simply a sword. It is literally like a living thing that you are. It is banished, though. It is banished, though.
Yeah, and he was dead. It was riding a corpse.
He was riding a corpse. This is... unfortunately, it's gotten into the essentially homebrew territory of me making shit. So I will have you roll off. Can you roll me just a basic wisdom check?
And I give advantage in any way with the help action on my subsequent turns?
I don't think so. However, I also want to say, Des, are you currently exhausted still, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you have that first level of exhaustion.
So unfortunately, that will affect it. Now, I could still roll like shit.
Come on, let us see another net one. Check off.
You can do it.
You can always try again. We got a couple rounds.
Okay. I'm trying to beat a 7. I'm trying to beat a 7. All right. Give me 1 second. Let's see. No, it's not. You know what? It's not even going to be any sort of check. It's just going to be a 1d20. Straight up just a 1d20.
Luck roll.
Just a luck roll.
It's like a 25% chance, right? So.
Hell yeah, check off. You almost did it again.
Oh my god.
God. I fucking...
The dice, they know.
They always know.
The dice do not want me to have a cool battle with you guys.
I wanted to
We
have
don't
a
know
cool
yet.
battle too. That was the thing looks super
No,
dope.
no, that's fair.
It is, but this is even cooler.
I mean, banishment is a high-level spell. I can't...
I had to cast it at 5th level,
Just
too.
reskin it as whatever Zrin goes into, give us Carter, and then make us pay for it later by upping the HP by
trust
like
me,
50% and
trust
add a
me,
few extra damage dice, yeah.
Trust me, that was the plan.
That's the plan. Consolation prize.
No, you guys didn't even know what I made this thing into. I mean, I based it off of Carter's spell. But realistically, no, you banished it, and then you were casting Gentle Repose. Yeah.
Prevents it from becoming undead.
Prevents it from becoming undead. It is technically a type of undead, because Redhala is just using this as a cart.
Yep.
To use that great joke from before. So as you all scramble and wait with bated breath, Des climbs up to the top, and after pausing a bit, seeing Cray kind of float over, you both crouch over your friend, who you've spent so much time with, who has gone into Barovia with you, and just something comes over you, Des. You're exhausted, but you're not gonna let this shit fly.
So tired, but she can get Carter back.
Yeah. You're fucking exhausted, but you know what? You've done it once, you can do it again. And as you cast Gentle Repose, do you have the components for it, by the way? Oh, that's right. You don't...
I don't think I need them as a Death Cleric or a Grave Cleric.
Yeah.
But I also have just copper pieces, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think
you've always had copper pieces just for this very reason.
I have I have 22 copper pieces.
don't you also have like a what you might call it, an arcane focus or the holy symbol? Doesn't that?
Yeah. I think it helps with some of the stuff that I don't really need.
At least the
it
spells.
Anything without a gold cost.
Yeah,
but
that's what I was
technically
gonna
a
say.
copper piece is a gold cost.
Yeah.
Just
and as a
copper
Grave
piece.
Cleric, like I think you can just do it, but I can't remember.
All right. As you reach out your hands and you press them into the wolf's fur, your hands, same as Cray's, sparkle with the electricity that it is giving off, and you feel it beginning to fight. Wherever you've banished it to, again, you don't know, you suspect it's the same place where Chromata was shunted to for a moment, as you concentrated on your spell. Chromata's situation was a little bit different. This thing is actually up and walking around and is able to have a will of its own, for lack of a better word, because of the inherent difference of the pact that it had made with Carter's body. But as the Raven Queen's magic takes hold, you struggle and you struggle and you feel the sweat begin to bead on your forehead, on the back of your neck. And finally, everything just begins to go quieter and quieter until you're just in darkness. You close your eyes and you trust in your goddess. And when you open them, you see before you a very familiar, a very ragged, frostbitten corpse that was once your friend.
Carter.
And is your friend once more, because I guess I can't roll anything except for natural ones.
You know how
was
fucking
good.
funny that is.
It was good. No, it was good. It was fine. It's fine.
She just starts crying and puts his head in her lap and starts the raised dead.
Gray also has tears just quietly kind of rolling down his cheek, and he just picks up Carter's hand. It's just like, I didn't think he'd just bring you back to us. That's better than I could have hoped.
Freyr is just awestruck.
Well, and with that, I think we should probably end this session here because the raised dead will take what?
Ooh,
An
Takes an
hour?
that'll be a minute, yeah, of some
Let me just close the little stat block that I made for Rinhala. It was super cool.
I would
This
say
whole
Don't
map
keep
is
it on
so
hand
cool.
anyway.
Like,
Don't
he set up
worry.
lair, like he had a lair all set up for us. We were ready to just roll in, and like I didn't get any of the answers I wanted, but at least I was like, all right, well, I can put a pin in this. And then this was like, no, I'm gonna solve this right now.
Nah, hold on. I can't. I could not just turn away from Carter without trying, knowing like that it helped with Cray.
I'm so glad
All
you
right,
did.
based on this, maybe you should just get Strahd with banishment and see if you can knock Vampire out.
God,
Right? Maybe.
send all three of
It
them
is
to.
working, dude. Like,
Send all three of them to baby jail.
To hell.
Yeah.
And Yogg.
Uh,
We're gonna send Yogg there too. They can all just hang out together in
God,
daycare.
Yogg. You know, Yogg was the other one.
Yeah.
I
fine.
can't remember which one it was that went into. What was yours, Aurora? That went
I
into...
don't remember the name. The name was pretty long.
She had like an Egyptian
Yeah.
name.
Yeah. And it was
But,
just, I can help restore
Wherever she is.
at the cost of others.
Who knows?
Yeah, we never really learned what that cost was, did we?
Ew.
we just saw you get a creepy, wet, like withered old man hand.
Yeah, that was weird. But like, it sounds like she didn't have any or enough time to finish cooking like Zrenhala, because Zrenhala fell with Carter, but being banished, like Cremata was obviously still baking within Bitey, and that was bad for him. So they're gonna end up like teaming up and taking it out on us.
Probably.
Cool.
You
You know who the biggest
great.
threat is in this land? That fucking
Us.
cleric.
We
She
are
could
the
just
biggest
say
threat to
no.
ourselves.
Oh,
No, go
Oh.
to jail and think about what you've done.
Almost wanted to do it 3 times in a row because that was a 2 instead of a 1. That was almost perfect.
You rolled about as well as we did. Yep.
I cannot believe I'm like, there's no way I'm gonna get a natural 1 again.
Another natural one.
Two.
No, you just get a 2 instead.
I mean, you were right. You didn't get a natural one.
Well,
It was.
it
It
did
was
on the
natural.
banishment.
Oh, on the banishment.
On the
Yeah,
banishment,
that
yes,
one.
it did.
Yeah.
See, here's the thing. Anytime that you joke about not getting a 1, it just happens. Like,
I did not.
it's ridiculous.
That's fine. It'll come
I
back to
did
bite y'all
not.
in the ass later.
Oh yeah.
It'll.
Yeah.
For sure.
It just means that today ended up being like this very up and down kind of day where we had like kind of a disappointment. You know, we were like, oh shit, spy in the midst. Oh yay, we scared off Strahd. Oh crap,
It's been a fucking day.
where'd all our allies go? What are we gonna do? the sadness that was this like the last night we're gonna be able to spend with these people. Are we ever gonna see Savid or Eris again? Like once we leave here, and then like impromptu. Now we're sitting at possibly getting Carter back. Like,
Right?
ooh, all over the map for Cray. He is. He never even drew his weapon. Like. All he did was run over here and activate his boots, which are just magic items. They're not even a spell to cast. And he just drifted up here and was just like completely in shock when the wolf like flirped over.
Yeah, me too. Me too. No, it's
my
good. It's
gosh.
because at first, honestly, I was like, okay, they're gonna see this thing, they're gonna attack it immediately. Oh, they're talking to it? Okay. All right. Okay. Zrinhal is really not one for talking. He's more of a doer, but he's had a time and he's not super stupid. He's just a little stupid. And
We
I
also
thought
had
that was gonna be
information
it.
that was helpful
Yeah.
to him because we knew about what was going on. Like Cremata, he didn't know anything had happened there. We never
No.
told him what happened. We were just like, yeah, he's not here anymore. And he's like, interesting.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
well, you
why I
did
didn't say
something
anything
to
out
him.
loud.
Then
I
you
was
got
just
to
like, do I
experience it
do the
firsthand.
thing?
Yep.
Right?
Oh my god.
All right. Well, that's all good. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
I mean, but he's just gonna come at us harder next time, and he won't talk to us next time.
No.
No, but that's fine.
It's a good thing we don't have to cross the entire country to get to where Strahd is.
He's gonna send us a car.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You
Fine.
ordered a taxi from Strahd, and Strahd was
did.
like, "LOL." Okay.
Yeah,
That's funny, guys.
which is pretty much what I was expecting. Just like, what? Oh, okay, yeah, you fucking idiots.
He's basically you're basically Uber Eats.
Yeah.
Like, let's be honest.
You're gonna bring my dinner to me? Okay.
You're gonna tell me when you're gonna be here so I can be prepared. I don't have
Right?
to like sit on my, on my hands for the next 3 days wondering when you're gonna attack. I know that I have 2 days
Exactly.
to just
See,
like eat.
like I figured he'd be fine with it.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
can-
he
he
definitely was
can-
very happy about having time to prepare. That
Yeah,
was
but we also get time to prepare.
yeah. You didn't tell anybody that he said that at all. You were just like, he says okay.
I mean, he said okay.
He did.
That's the important part, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Strahd is so stuck between Strahd legitimately he hates Des the most out of all of you because of how much of a pain you've been. But at the same time, he loves Des the most out of all of you because he knows that she will talk to him and it is so entertaining. He just cannot understand what he feels about this tiny little stupid ass tiefling. He's just like,
Yep.
I don't okay.
I think that's everybody's everybody we've ever met in Barovia. I think that's their thoughts about Des.
No, people love you.
Oh, you guys know what needs to happen. We've got 3 days to say the final goodbyes. Do you know what needs to happen?
Oh no, what?
Playing cards.
Somebody
They gotta
needs-
explain. They gotta tell Des what it means.
somebody has to have to talk.
I mean, what do you
Freyr will do it
what do you
because
think?
Freyr can do images.
what
Oh
what do
God,
you
no.
think Des was gonna go talk to Eris about?
That's fair. He's
Oh,
probably
It's
no.
now or never.
She was gonna go talk to him and be like, hey, everyone keeps making weird comments about shit, and I know that you'll just talk to me about stuff straight. Like, what are they talking about? What is all this stuff? And I feel like I'm never gonna see Savid again. Is there anything I can do, like, to make him feel better?
Like both. Well, Eris will put one hand on your shoulder, and when we get there, we'll obviously do it.
When we
with
get there,
character.
when we get
Yeah.
this is gonna
And
be
he'll be-
hilarious. No,
It will
yeah.
make you both feel better.
Yeah, literally, Des was trying to get Cray to go talk or makes the bow with Savid so that she had some time to go talk to Eris about something,
Okay.
and then go talk to Savid.
All right. I can see that. We got a little distracted with our boy,
Yeah.
but we
Yeah,
got
and
a
then
couple
everything went out the
days.
window.
Alright, I need to call it here.
Yeah.
All
Otherwise,
right.
I'm
Have
gonna
a good
call
night, Aurora.
myself. Okay.
Bye.
Bye. right, you guys. Thanks for watching. Hopefully next session we're not gonna die by lightning, but let's see if Des will actually learn a few new things. So next weekend, I don't believe there's going to be a session for Tyranny of Dragons. For Curse of Strahd, we're probably gonna go back to our normal schedule every Mondays at either 7:30 or maybe later, who knows. But the following weekend, the 14th, is going to be hopefully our Teseno fight to ring in the new year of our D&D sessions. So 2023 Teseno. We'll see how that goes, and I'll try and keep you guys updated. But yeah, please like, subscribe, and comment anything you guys want to talk about, and I will catch you guys next time. Bye.